power. As we heard this morning, the contexts are social, religious, political, and economic, and as well, legislative and institutional. I think COVID-19 has also had an impact in exacerbating early unions that is worth being on our agenda. Early unions are defined as any union involving a child, male or female, under 18, with another child under 18, or an adult. This definition is established by the Convention on the Rights of the Child, by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, just to clarify where the term comes from and what it means. CEFMUs, or child marriage and early unions, are considered to be a form of gender-based violence and are considered to increase the risk to GBV. They are considered early because they come before girls are able to manage adult responsibilities, including a parenthood. They are often considered forced because of the conditions in which they occur. That is, even if girls are choosing to be in these unions, the conditions under which they are choosing are ones of disadvantage and often deprivation. And as I said, they primarily in our region involve informal unions, visiting unions, common law unions, transactional sexual relationships, and so on. Now, the drivers of these unions have to do with such established markers as rural identity, indigenous and migrant status, experiences of family violence, difficulty accessing an education, having unmet needs. Those unmet needs may be both economic as well as social, as well as unmet needs for love. Of course, the problems of predatory adult masculinity, which in any conversation of adolescent lives must be put on the table, early domestic responsibilities, and conditions of widespread community and family insecurity. I'd like to say here that when we speak in the Caribbean, we have to remember that many times these unions are entered into by girls themselves. And thus in these contexts, there is very important considerations for us as we acknowledge the agency and the consent of girls, even as we acknowledge that they are operating in conditions not of their own choosing. And I'll explain why this question of consent is so important and must be recognized, and that adolescent agency must be empowered. I'd also like to put on the table that a major driver of these early unions is the failure of patriarchal masculinist Caribbean states to provide sufficient health and family life education and comprehensive sexuality education, and of course, SRHR counseling and services. Above all else, this stands out as a major response that could prevent things such as unplanned pregnancies that Caribbean states are so far unwilling to take on. And I think this is a key area of advocacy for anyone in this area. I'm going to be just going through some quotes. I've left the quotes up on the screen so that you can read them yourselves while I discuss them. First, family violence. Girls who end up in early unions primarily come from conditions of family violence. They witness family violence between parents. They may experience family violence against themselves, and they may be looking to leave their families precisely to escape such levels of violence. So this participant, who is Ketchi Maya from Belize, says, if my parents had stopped lashing me, I wouldn't have left so early at 15. I would have stayed home and lived like a young girl. What she additionally says is that the man who wanted to engage her came and lived in her house, and her mother said, well, now you need to make a decision. And she chose to go with him because she wanted to escape being beaten by her parents to the extent that she was. Now, she had many regrets and had ended up in a violent relationship, which is often what happens as well. So the girls may be forced to enter violent early unions from which they also want to escape. What we see is a continuation of family violence and intimate partner violence in girls' lives. And that's why family violence is an issue that is necessary to understand early unions. Child sexual abuse is also an issue that is a key driver. And so as you see in this quote, participant 7, who's a mixed woman from Trinidad and Tobago, says, I was about 14 and my mother and stepfather had gotten into an argument and she was going to stand up against her stepfather. But there were already problems because her stepfather's former best friend molested her when she was 6 years old, and that caused a rift in the family. She was thrown out of the house by her mother after this incident and went on to engage in self-harm, attempted suicide, a 2-year relationship with a 17-year-old boy, and a range of consequences followed that reflected her narrow range of choices. Child sexual abuse is extremely common in the Caribbean. And so again, unless we understand that tackling child sexual abuse is necessary, not just for children's rights, but to prevent girls' vulnerability to later unions that may become exploitative, we are not going to be able to tackle the drivers of this issue. I wanted to move on from child sexual abuse to forced and unwanted sex. In this quote, a 22-year-old African woman from Trinidad and Tobago says she knew that she wasn't sexual in any way, but her boyfriend came and said, I've heard about you having sex with others, her ex, and therefore he said, he disbelieved that she had not been sexually active. And we know that gossiping about girls being sexually active is a reality, right? Whether or not it's true. He also used to manipulate her into having sex, saying, if you don't do this, you don't love me. I think we're all familiar with that kind of language. If you don't want a relationship with me, I will go to somebody else and have the relationship, and so on. In this way, she was pressured to have sex, which led to a pregnancy and then a miscarriage at 15 years old. She wanted neither the sex nor the pregnancy, and in a way ended up being assaulted by her boyfriend many times. As she said, at some parts I gave my consent, at some parts I did not. So forced sex is also documented as a major Caribbean reality for adolescent girls. And in this way, we can see that it also becomes a driver of unwanted and unplanned pregnancies for them. However, I think it's very important in this data collection for us to affirm the fact that teenage girls do have consensual sex, do have desires to have sex. And even though it's one of the things I struggle with, even though the United Nations criteria says that adolescents cannot consent, the fact is that girls are consenting. And we really do need to find a way to deal with this issue without denying the fact that teenagers can consent to sex, have always consented to sex, are consenting to sex in countries where it's not pathologized, and that the problem isn't them consenting to sex. The problem is that we are not empowering them to protect themselves from the unwanted consequences of sex. So I want to make it very clear that I am not here to say adolescents should not be having sex at all. I am here to say that we need to create the conditions for them to have the information and the resources to protect themselves. And so I included this to say that adolescents are indeed consenting to have sex. This shows up in the data. And you can see here by these quotes that, that for us to pretend that adolescent agency is not a reality is to miss the opportunities for engagement. However, women in the sample were very clear that there were situations where there's a wide gap between a girl and a partner. And in that situation, they do believe that early sexual unions are a form of violence. And that is because the power relations, the experience, the awareness, the ability to make decisions, and the vulnerability to being taken advantage of are so present that for her, it is difficult to understand the issue of consent in such power and age inequality. And I think that's very important, because we do need to differentiate between minors who are having sex with each other, to 16-year-olds, to 17-year-olds, to 15-year-olds, and so on, and minors that are in relationships with adult men who are clearly able to exploit them and make decisions for them. I've mentioned adolescent agency, which I'm here to champion throughout this presentation, and it shows up in the data as well. However, whether these sexual relations are consensual or not, what turns out is what we see is that the primary consequence of early and unwanted pregnancy is what has the majority of implications for girls' lives. Principally that they generally drop out of school, that they become economically dependent, that they may be thrown out by their families, and that they then may be in situations of violence that they can't exist in their partnerships. And not only are the issues adolescent pregnancy, there are also psychological and mental health consequences of being a young mother that I think are important for us to take into account as well. And I didn't get to talk about it here, but when you speak to these girls, I mean, there are difficult stories to hear about their experiences of violence. But for me, one of the most poignant things that turns out in the data are the unfulfilled aspirations that they held. You know, one wanted to be a vet, one wanted to be a doctor, one wanted to go to university, and inevitably schooling is interrupted forever. Now, this is not the case with all women, where they have supportive families. And as we will see here, where there are generally CSOs that are doing interventions with girls, in fact, there is a lot of hope. And that is why supporting the CSOs that are working with adolescent girls is so key. When girls enter into early unions, they also become more vulnerable to intimate partner violence. And as we know, pregnancy is my thing says 5 minutes, and I'm timing. As we know, pregnancy increases the risk of violence. So as this young woman said, it was good when that he first appeared to be a good man, but then he turned into a demon when I got pregnant. Now, what's interesting about this participant is that she had a boyfriend from 7 years old who was much older than her, 11 years old, who provided financial support to her and her family so she could go to school. Eventually, she got pregnant or became pregnant and therefore had to stop going to school at 16 years old. But what also happened is that she found herself unable to go back to her family. In a way, it was almost as if they said, my family went to talk to him and told him that if he didn't want me anymore, to give me back. And a conflict ensued, and then they left her alone in that relationship. Right. In another instance of intimate partner violence, there are many instances, in fact, where young women experience intimate partner violence and then find ways to leave, often with the support of their families. And this is another point of really crucial intervention, which is how can family context of support be strengthened so that girls who are in early unions can in fact leave and find the family support to be able to continue school, to be able to work, and so on. And this young woman talks about the violence that she was experiencing, which was intergenerational, and the way that her family was able to enable her to leave and to survive independently. Another driver are unmet needs and poverty, which lead to transactional sex. Transactional sex is, again, much more common in the region than we would like to acknowledge. And the failure of health and family life education in schools to discuss sexuality, and indeed its focus on abstinence, speaks to an extreme disconnect between the facts of transactional sex, which adolescents are engaging in, and this idea that if we don't talk about sex, adolescents won't be engaging in it. So these two stories here, one talks about unmet needs such as lack of love. But more importantly, I wanted to highlight a reality of one migrant respondent who was in Venezuela, who had come from Venezuela to Guyana. And she talked about the extreme poverty of her family. She came to Guyana at 15 years old alone in order to try to secure something to take back to her family. And she worked for food for a month. When she went back to Venezuela, she had a boyfriend who used to help her. At that point, she was 16, he was 22. He was part of a gang and he was killed. And when they had no more money, she came back again to Guyana to work in sex work. It was very dangerous. So she eventually found a man to look after her, whom she was pregnant in the time of the interview, and said, you need to mind you, your family, your children, pay rent, pay light bills. And if you're not working in sex work and you don't have a man, you don't have the money. And in the context of COVID-19, we do have to think about what this means in terms of increased economic insecurity. I'm going to move from this section to just mention, I think I have 1 more minute, to mention the fact that for girls to complete schooling, they often find somebody, a boyfriend, who can support them by paying the school fees. Even if their families they often can't. And the other thing to consider is how much girls want to finish school. I mentioned lost aspirations already. Now, I'm going to end just mentioning SRHR information and services. And that is to say that all adolescents in the study, all the women in the study mentioned the importance of having more information, more counseling, and access to contraception. And they have pointed to the work that's done on the ground, for example, by Girl Power, who works in Belize doing sexual empowerment education with girls. They have talked about the necessity of getting access to contraception, having activities that girls could engage in, and having outreach to communities that are rural, communities that are far from those who would normally be reached. They've also talked about the significance of teachers in schools being someone that they can turn to get SRHR information. 24 seconds over. To end this point, it's not simply that they want information about sex, they also want information about relationships, which are complex regardless of how old you are, violence, power, love, relationships are not just sex. Relationships are about the whole human being and so much that they desire and have to negotiate. I'm going to end here by simply saying that all of the participants recommended SRHR interventions and prevention from 8 or 9 years old. That is before girls are at risk of becoming sexually active. They recommended that the materials produced don't just focus on adult women, but also focus on girls. That is, make the fact of girls' lives visible and provide a safe space that doesn't seek to tell adolescents what to do, but seeks to help them decide for themselves what it is they want to do. And so this is my conclusion, and my apologies for being 1 minute late.
Thank you very much, Gabby, for sharing with us some of the life stories and highlighting the important role that most of our CSOs are playing with respect to educating young women and so on. It was interesting, though, that some of the things that the drivers that you spoke about, child sexual abuse, unwanted and forced sex, unmet needs, poverty, and transactional sex. And I think we all know this. We all know these are some of the major drivers. But what is important and what is a significant takeaway from this is the fact that the major driver is the failure of Caribbean states to provide relevant health and family life education and comprehensive sexuality education, and providing as well access to sexual and reproductive health services. a major focus of the Congress. So I would really hope that at the end of this Congress that we can come up with some really concrete examples of how we're going to work together, government, civil societies, parents, teachers, in order that we can have a much stronger program as it relates to comprehensive sexuality education for young people. So something for us to think about as a group, because the session is going to change a bit. What we are going to be doing is fielding questions to you, 3 questions to the audience to respond and give your opinion about what are some of the strategies we can use in order to deal with some of these issues. I just wanted to highlight very quickly the issue of teachers and the fact that in the example that you gave in Belize, the young people trust teachers. But what teachers are saying is that they don't have information and they need to be trained. So that is another thing that we probably have to factor in as we move forward. Let me quickly invite our next presenter, Dana Alvarado, to share the experience of Jóvenes Latinas with regards to addressing child marriage and early unions in the indigenous Guatemala.
Hola, just I want to say hi in English. I'm happy to be here in Jamaica. I'm Dana and I'm from Guatemala. I'm still learning English, so I want to speak in Spanish, sorry. Hola. Okay. Hola, mucho gusto. Bueno, yo voy a hablarles un poquito del contexto de Guatemala. Guatemala se basa en áreas rurales y comunidades vulnerables que prevalecen principalmente con niñas y adolescentes. Ellas están expuestas a muchos tipos de violencia económica, física, emocional, sexual. Y bueno, dentro de estas principales problemáticas persiste lo que es el matrimonio y las uniones infantiles tempranas y forzadas. Y este problema principal es causa y efecto de muchos otros problemas como la deserción escolar, los embarazos a temprana edad, la pobreza, y esto hace que coloque muchos límites para que las niñas y adolescentes cumplan sus planes de vida. En Guatemala ya existe un decreto que menciona que la minoría de edad para contraer matrimonio son los 18 años. Pero aún existe una gran brecha de las uniones forzadas e informales. Esto significa que no solo necesitamos leyes y normativas, sino que también necesitamos trabajar desde la raíz de los problemas que afectan a las niñas y adolescentes. Y dentro de las causas que podemos visibilizar más están como la pobreza, los roles culturales, la violencia y sobre todo esta parte que atraviesa la vida de las niñas, que son muchas veces intercambiadas como objetos y no se les ve como sujetas de derechos. Y es sumamente importante decir que los derechos no tienen jerarquía, que los derechos deben ser respetados y que así como se tiene salud, se debe tener acceso a información, se debe tener acceso a educación, se debe tener acceso a recreación. Y por eso quiero compartir un poco de la experiencia que hemos realizado desde las comunidades rurales en Guatemala. Porque hay muchos problemas que no son una prioridad para los estados y los gobiernos. Así que es necesario hacer estos grupos como las niñas lideran y como jóvenes latidas que son en los grupos donde yo participo. Desde mis 16 años he trabajado para crear espacios interactivos seguros y adecuados a edades de niñas y adolescentes. Quiero compartir acerca de un proyecto muy importante para nosotros que visibiliza mucho el potencial que tenemos las niñas y adolescentes. Esta acción fue específicamente una campaña que lleva por nombre Casarme no es mi única opción. Y no estamos diciendo que el matrimonio es malo, pero sí estamos diciendo que el matrimonio no es para niñas. Esta campaña fue construida por niñas y adolescentes y esto demuestra también que desde las acciones que hacemos niñas y adolescentes estamos aportando a la prevención de los matrimonios y uniones infantiles. Sé que no tengo mucho tiempo, pero quiero dejar algunas recomendaciones para trabajar con niñas y adolescentes que son vitales. Uno es que debemos crear espacios donde las niñas y las adolescentes estén informadas acerca de sus derechos. Es fundamental que podamos crear espacios recreativos en donde las niñas puedan aprender desde el arte, desde el juego, en un espacio donde no atraviesen estos roles culturales que muchas veces son impuestos en nuestras comunidades y sobre todo en las comunidades rurales. Desde nuestra experiencia también hemos reconocido que las niñas deben estar participando en el cambio. Las niñas tienen todo el potencial para ser parte de la transformación de sus comunidades, de la transformación de los problemas y pueden ser también quienes propongan soluciones a aquello que les está afectando directamente a ellas. Algo que se ha evidenciado mucho en Guatemala es que los gobiernos locales no saben de la normativa que ahora dicta que los matrimonios antes de los 18 años ya no son legales. Entonces se debe trabajar porque estos gobiernos que están cerca de las comunidades, cerca de los contextos donde viven las niñas y adolescentes, sepan acerca de los marcos legales. Porque aún ya existiendo una ley, muchas veces aún se inscriben estos matrimonios. El adultocentrismo es algo que ha marcado mucho cómo es que no dejamos a las niñas participar. Así que les invito a que reconozcamos el liderazgo de las niñas y adolescentes, que las incluyamos en espacios de participación, permitiéndoles ser parte de cambios significativos en sus comunidades. Quiero cerrar mi intervención diciendo que no solo necesitamos datos, que no solo necesitamos investigación, aunque es importante también, pero necesitamos apoyo, acompañamiento e inversión para las acciones dirigidas por las niñas y adolescentes en nuestras comunidades. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dana, for your intervention. I think it's very interesting work that a lot of us could learn from in terms of your experience at your network, Jóvenes Latidas. And I'm sure there are other young people here who would like to probably find out more in terms of what you are doing. What is interesting is you have highlighted the importance of having special recreational spaces for young women to be involved and to talk with each other and to have some kind of support, in addition to involving them to be part of the meaningful change. And I think that is significant. So many times we forget that the people who are at the center of the issues, they are not normally involved in the decision making in terms of what would make the change in their lives. So thank you so much for sharing. And you also pointed the need for support and companionship. So let's move quickly to our other panelist, Vanessa Blanco, who is also going to share the experience in the program Jóvenes Latidas in Venezuela. Yes.
Hola, buenos días. Es un gran gusto poder estar acá. Jóvenes Latidas es parte de la membresía de Girls Not Rise en este momento. Nosotras somos una red de jóvenes que estamos en diferentes países de Latinoamérica, Venezuela, Colombia, Guatemala, Argentina y México. Nosotros utilizamos la A en la palabra jóvenes para hacer un posicionamiento político de que somos puras mujeres en este momento quienes estamos llevando el liderazgo. Según UNICEF, en una investigación del año 2019, cada 4 mujeres menores de 18 años contrajo matrimonio o se establecieron en una unión informal. Los matrimonios infantiles e uniones tempranas y forzadas en nuestra región ocurren a menudo de una manera informal que no pasa por el registro civil. Las niñas y adolescentes más afectadas de esta problemática son aquellas que viven en zonas rurales, son de pueblos originarios, afrodescendientes y quienes desafían los roles establecidos de género. A nivel local, no solamente trabajo con el tema de matrimonio infantil e uniones tempranas, sino que también tengo amplia experiencia en el reconocimiento de los derechos de las personas LGBTI. Como ya he dicho, los matrimonios infantiles y uniones forzadas y tempranas afectan sobre todo a las juventudes que están en alguna situación de vulnerabilidad. República Dominicana, en un estudio llamado Las niñas que votaron de casa, tiene evidencia que entre la relación que hay entre las juventudes y niñas que desafiaron las expresiones de género o identidades sexuales que desafían los roles y estereotipos establecidos y son quienes sufren mayor violencia en relación de unirse o casarse antes de los 18 años. Los motivos para unirse han sido económicos, escapar de la violencia en el hogar, incluida la violencia sexual para corregir su orientación sexual. Las uniones tempranas fueron causadas sobre todo por reglas religiosas y tradicionales del género. Este estudio fue presentado por la comunidad de lesbianas inclusivas dominicanas, que entrevistó a personas mayores de 18 años identificadas dentro de la comunidad LGBTI. Muchas de ellas informaron haberse unido antes de los 18 años. El 89% de las niñas y adolescentes que desafían los roles de género son excluidas de la sociedad y manifiestan haber sufrido diferentes tipos de violencia. Es por eso que quisiera recordar que es necesario tener una perspectiva amplia al momento de pensar en estudios y recomendaciones con prácticas que incluyan la perspectiva de todas las diversidades y tipos de discriminación. Somos una región y a pesar de que hablamos diferentes idiomas, tengamos diferentes culturas, la evidencia demuestra que los diferentes tipos de discriminaciones nos afectan a todos. Y para que las juventudes podamos lograr nuestro máximo potencial, todas las identidades, discapacidades, necesitan ser nombradas y estar reconocidas en las prácticas que tengamos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. I think that was some very interesting work. And I think as I listened to the presentations, there's a lot of commonalities in terms of what we've seen even in Trinidad and Tobago, Gabby, in Trinidad and Tobago and across the other Spanish-speaking countries. Hence the reason why we thought it was important to make sure that we hear the perspectives of our young youth from the Americas. So I think it is something that we really have to work together as a group to ensure that we could address some of these things because they're all so similar. The economic reasons for leaving home, including sexual violence and not even recognizing their sexuality by no recognition of that by others, really creates some difficult situations that really requires joint efforts to address some of these issues. Thank you again for sharing. So my pleasure to introduce Sante to share with us the experiences through her eyes. Yeah, you have to use, yeah. In terms of the whole area of sexuality, comprehensive sexuality education, sexual and reproductive health and rights, as it impacts early unions on young people in Jamaica. Thank you.
Hear me now? All right, that sounds better. Good day to you all. My name is Sante Davis, and I'm a youth advocacy leader representing E4Life. E4Life is a Jamaican nonprofit organization that focuses on the well-being of orphan and vulnerable children, persons affected by HIV and AIDS, whether it be directly or indirectly, and also teen mothers. My years spent serving and working for E4Life has been an unforgettable journey thus far. In Jamaica, child marriages are a bit unusual. The legal age to get married is 18 years and above. However, parents sometimes give consent to a child at 16 years to get married. There are cases where a child may get pregnant for an adult male, and communities may become quiet about this, allowing the child to live with that male, or it may be reported, one or a few times it may be reported to the local authorities. Personal story. My mom became pregnant at 16 years old and inadvertently became a child bride. She was later diagnosed with HIV due to engaging in unprotected sex, which resulted in her living her life to advocate for such issues. I was her handbag, so so I forgot to say everything. Everything, when we say everything, from her working for UNICEF, from her working for PAHO and E4Life, which I'm now working for, to road marches, forums, outing, conferences like these, etc. She was there and she was willing to educate persons and for herself to be educated. With me being the lovely product of teen pregnancy, my mom getting pregnant at age 16, I have seen how damaging it can be to live the life of a teen mother with the stories she shared. Her not being able to live the rest of her life, rest of her teenage life, doing teenage things, going out, having fun with her friends, her having to pause her education due to her being pregnant with me, and her having to face the judgmental stares and hearing the hurtful words from loved ones and strangers. My mom made it her priority for her to show me that I cannot make the same mistake as she has made, but even though it was possible for her to achieve her dream as a journalist, even though she had to pause her degree. And her also telling me that motherhood had been a gift that she wasn't ready for, but it was the greatest blessing to her. Why am I crying? E4Life has made it their charge to not just be another organization that speaks and never do. I've been a part of workshops that created an environment which allowed young females between the ages of 13 and 18 understand what it means to say no when being pressured into doing things that make them uncomfortable. Educating them about the taboo topics of unprotected sex, engaging in early sexual encounters and what can become a result of it. Letting them understand what boundaries shouldn't be crossed, whether it be by a family member, friend, or stranger. Training them to be open to listening to victims and acting on victims' behalf. Yes, we do train our young ladies to become advocates. Teaching them to understand how detrimental it is to read the statistics of the ever-growing percentage of sexually abused victims in the household of Jamaica, and so much more. Yes, we have a lot on our plate and we plan to make it more fuller because we want to see all these things come to action by the youth we're developing into young advocate leaders as myself. I just want to, in closing, thank everyone who have assisted, guided, and engaged or empowered others on this journey to end child marriages across the nation. It is something that is very, how can I find a nice word to say? It's disgusting. It's very disgusting and it's very appalling to understand that some persons will find that it's okay to engage in something like that. If if you'd like to see more for selfless work, feel free to check out our Instagram account at E4Life. That's it for now.
Sante, thank you very, very much for sharing your personal story. It always serves to bring us back to reality. And you're truly a gift to your mom, as you indicated. I think also that we have to really thank the organizations, civil society organizations like E for Life, for the work that they're doing in order to not only advocate, but to bring situations like this to light, to help young people who need help, and the products that result from the kind of interesting work that people are doing in the civil society organizations without any resources. So thanks so much for sharing. And I'm sure that we will be able to use some of your information to come up with the kinds of strategies as we move forward. How do we strengthen your organization? How do we work with other organizations that could collaborate and make sure that we have more people, more young people who we can help in the way that your mom has received help from E for Life. Thank you again. So now we're going to engage the audience. It's your time to speak, your time to share your views. But before I put forward the questions to you, we have three comments coming from and questions coming from the floor, which I would like us to address before we start to engage with you. And this is to Gabby. What was the most impactful intervention that was done for the research? I think they seem to be all for you, but but I also want to give you the other one time. Do you know of our efforts to study the forced unions of LGBTI plus youth as a result of family rejection? For context, LGBT plus youth in vulnerable situations are sometimes groomed by abusive adults, and we can consider these relationships unions. And then it seems like there is a family problem in regards to sex marriage. A solution to help solve the problem is start parenting the parents. Have you ever thought about the solution? I would like as well, even if the most that we can get feedback from the rest of the panel, but we'll ask Gabby to start the response.
Okay, so thanks so much. Very quickly, the first question is,
What was the most impactful
Right.
intervention?
right, so there are many interventions. Globally, the most effective interventions combine cash transfers to girls, which then help keep them in school, along with what are called cash plus support programs, both to girls, such as creating spaces for them to gather together, as well as programs for their parents to encourage the parents to also keep them in school. School is the major preventative factor, the major protective factor. However, what is interesting in our region is that whereas in other regions, girls are protected by a secondary education from early unions, in our region, a secondary education alone is not a protective factor against early unions. And so that's a very different reality than what is argued for, say, the Africa region or the Middle East. With regard to the question of LGBT youth and unions, I think that is an extremely important question to raise. I fully agree with it. But the sample for this study was purposive sample, which means that it was looking at adolescent girlhood in particular. It also did not look at adolescent boys who end up in early unions, such as in places like Belize. And finally, for me, there are many preventative factors. The major one is comprehensive sexuality education in schools. There is just no way to get around that. And secondly, the work of feminist and women's and girls organizations on the ground. So that role of CSOs in doing community-based work is absolutely essential, because community-based organizations will stay with you for years and years and years, because the relationships have been developed over a long term.
Anyone else on the panel wants to comment and add anything to what Gabby said? You okay? Okay. So let's engage with the audience a little bit. And one of the questions that we want to pose to you is that what are the challenges you see to address child marriage and early unions in the Caribbean context? And anybody can speak. Look, okay, so we need to have a microphone for. So we have 1, 2. Anybody else want to respond to that? 3. Okay, so we have 3 people already with their hands up. Raj, do you have another microphone that the other volunteer could use on that side? Excuse me, could you ask her to stay on that side with the phone? No. We share another mic so that somebody could be on the other side. Okay, go ahead. Please tell us your name and the organization you're representing, and you can make your intervention. Thank you.
Sure. I'm just being asked to ask you if you can repeat the question for the floor, please.
Okay, so what are the challenges to address child marriage and early unions in the Caribbean context?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sorry. Yeah,
All right.
and given your recommendations as well.
Sure.
Mhm.
So my name is Tahila Paul. I was sponsored by the CDB. I'm a medical student and I founded Project End Period Poverty. So that's the organization that I am associated with. So I believe that legislation has failed to protect our young girls from child marriages because of secrecy and the culture of secrecy within the Caribbean. So it's not that people aren't aware of certain things happening within their communities. They see, but because of the cloud of secrecy, people don't want to speak about certain things. They're seeing it, but they're being bystanders and not standing up for what is right. It continues to happen and to go under the radar. So I think one thing we can work on firstly is culture, sensitizing our populations about identifying things that are wrong, identifying situations where young girls may be vulnerable within your area, and showing people what they can indeed do. I think an issue also with the legislation is that, have we thought about how do we monitor for child marriages within our communities? How do we hold people accountable to the legislation that is in place? Because a law is just a law unless we're doing something to actually enact or to actually seek out the things that are happening within our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one, yes, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shatera Adrai. I'm sponsored by the CDB from the Youth Advisory Group of the UNFPA. So first of all, I wanted to point out that I'm from Suriname, by the way. So in our country, it's mostly the tribal areas, specifically the indigenous or the Maroons, that usually engage in, we don't call them I personally don't call them child marriages, but they more see it as like a union, and it's more of a normal thing in certain areas. So the challenges, first of all, is the cultural differences. Living in the rural area and the urban area is a whole nother story. So those living in the rural area have their own set of rules and authority. So that on its own is a big challenge. They're not easily adapted to change. So that's one of the biggest challenges. The second challenge I would say is the lack of data, because they're not, most of them are not registered. The one that are registered are living in the urban area. So if we had the data, we could use the data and use it for advocacy and all of that, because the point is to get them informed. But if we don't have the data, we can't say, oh, look at this, because they see it as normal. So that is one of the challenges. Recommendation, I would say, first of all, we need to work on bringing the traditional authority and the government on the same page. We're trying. There are people that are trying, but it's very difficult. I think my colleague can speak for about that more. It's very difficult, but we also, as the Youth Advisory Group, we do have efforts targeting this group. I even wrote a poster about SRHR for Maroon girls. So we do try, mostly for the urban, and they kind of spread it out within their community. So that's more one of the recommendations and one of the ways we try to reach those people. Yes.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We had someone else. Where's our other volunteer? I thought she would help with the other microphone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jean Sano. I'm from the Dominican Republic, and I'm sponsored by PAHO. I'm a member of the PAHO Youth for Health group. First, I would like to problematize this question, because we're speaking about ending early unions, but in our minds, we're only thinking about girls' unions. Then we will finish and end girls' unions in the region, but queer people like me will still be getting in abusive relationship with people, and that wouldn't put an end to this situation. So I think that is a first point to make in this conversation, because if we are speaking about ending a problem, it's ending the problem for everyone, not just a group. And I've been feeling kind of weird this morning, because every time I speak about queer folks, the answer that I've been getting is that we are not a priority, and that we need to sit and wait for another group to get the rights first, and then we will be the ones to get it. And I don't feel that's right. I think everyone is a priority, and we should ensure that everyone is getting the rights. That's the first point I wanted to make. And then going back to the question, I'm from the Dominican Republic, and I will speak to the experience of my island. We haven't spoke about the complicity of the families. In the island, both in Haiti and the Dominican Republic, we have this concept that is called restavek, in which the families are voluntarily giving away the child so they can be the workers or the house. But that creates a lot of weird dynamics and abusive dynamics for this child, who is normally abused sexually by the owners of this house. So a first intervention should be creating programs for the families. Sometimes we are only speaking about the children or the adolescents, but intervening the families and how responsible they are in creating the situation is also important. So we should be creating interventions not only for the victims of this situation, but also the family and the communities where they're raised. Another point, and going back to my island, is pretty economic driven, right? We in the Dominican Republic just passed a law in 2020, right? Banning child marriage. So now it's only from 28 and above. But the situation is still happening because it's cultural, right? And this happens because girls are either running from their parents because they're in an abusive relationship in their houses, or because they don't have the economic means. So I think in here, speaking to the development organizations, we should be creating capacity building programming for adolescents in the region, because we were saying that education is not the determinant in the region. People are getting their high school degrees, but are still getting engaged in these abusive dynamics. And I think if we create the economic capacities for these adolescents, they might escape getting in a abusive relationship just because they need the money from this abusive adult.
Okay. Thank you very much for your intervention. I don't know, Raj, but I'm getting a muffled sound, so I'm not getting all of it clearly. And I don't know if they're holding the microphone too close to their mouths. Ah, okay. So can I ask though, because those are very important points which we don't want to miss, if you can write your points on your piece of paper and bring it back up here when you're done. Okay? So we have somebody on the right-hand side who wants to respond, and then I want to get some engagement on the second question.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chantal Williams. I'm from the Teen Hub of Jamaica, and I was sponsored by UNICEF. We don't call it child marriage in Jamaica. We mostly call it young relationships. I've been working with them over the last year and a half, and I mentioned the point of parenting the parents because from your research, I'm hearing that they have to make money for their family. In Jamaica, it's mostly they want the money for themselves. And so we encourage them and find different ways and innovative ways for them to work for themselves. So we work with different organizations to get them work skills at an early age, keep them busy, keep them active, keep them going, and let them know that their self-worth comes first. If you don't love yourself, you can't love anyone else. If you don't put yourself first ahead of everything else, you're going to keep going over the cycle and it's going to become a generation. And we want to break that generational curse by knowing who you are and know what you want to go for. So a solution that we've been working with at the Teen Hub is finding ways to parent the parents. It's not the the children didn't ask to be here. The parents made the decision, and though they're young persons having kids, we have to find a way to go from the ground up and work with the parents so they can know that the kids weren't asked to be here, so we shouldn't pressure them to find money for water bill, light bill to survive. It's not their duty. So that's why I made a suggestion of starting to parent the parents, because if we don't start from the ground up, they can't do it by themselves. They're just kids. So it's not fair for us to leave it all on them. Let's start working with the family and see if that could help bring a change in the world. That's my point.
Thank you very much for your intervention.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So let's go to the next. Please, excuse me, could you please put your comment on a paper and send it up? Thank you. What are some of the strategies, or somebody else had their hands up? I'm not. Oh, yes, Ms. Jermott.
Good morning, everyone. Marissa Jamat, representing the Trinidad and Tobago Community for Positive Women. After listening to all the comments, I'm trying not to echo because my comment was similar to Helia in terms of the legislation. And while in Trinidad and Tobago, we would have passed a law ending child marriages, we know culturally the union still exists. And I dealt with a case recently where a child was removed from a situation, and her reason for being in a union, it was economic. You know, her family, her parents were using her for sex in a union so that she can ensure that the family can survive. So in context, I think the last commenter, you know, going into the communities and really getting to the core and changing the cultural beliefs of what the unions do to the psyche of these young women. And what, John, I hear where he is coming from, because oftentimes we tend to exclude, you know, persons outside of women and girls. It's important that we recognize everyone. So I'm going to keep it short and move it along.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have another. Just pass the microphone right to the end. Yes.
Hello. Okay, good morning. I'm Shani Reed from Paho Youth for Health. I'm from Barbados. So I have two questions, but it's all in relation to what was being discussed before. I wanted to know then, because legislation states that a child cannot be married and you have to be 18 or older to be married, how then do you prosecute or apply, legal action to a union which is non-formal? How do you intervene in that case? What then can be done? Because you're not able to say, well, in the name of the law or because of legislation, this is not allowed because it is non-formal. So how do you intervene in that situation? What can be done? And also for those persons, those that are with these non-formal unions, what resources or is there a platform where there's an amalgamation of resources that persons can visit? So persons outside of the scope of the reach of different organizations, where do they go that they can say, well, let me become a part of E for Life so that I can, better myself or become connected with persons that can support me to create better opportunities for myself? Is there a platform where persons can research for their own self, different, organizations or groups that they can become a part of?
You're standing behind the monitors. Yeah. Okay. But if I were to add a comment to
You
her,
have, okay, go ahead.
to her,
Okay, sure. No, let her go ahead. Let me see.
Okay, so there were two questions I had. So the first question was related to the legislation, which has been changed in different territories to exclude child marriages. They're no longer legal. And marriage is only now legal for
Thank
those
you.
18 and over. So in the case where we are aware of, because persons are aware of these non-formal unions, how then can we intervene? We can't use legal forces to intervene. So what then can be done to prevent these unions from continuing? What action can be taken? Because it cannot be legal action, considering there's no law being broken. There's no, policy that can be implemented. So what is the action that is currently being implemented? What can be done to change it? What are the factors that are being included to promote intervention essentially? And then the second one was, is there a platform or an institution that persons can go to where there's an amalgamation of resources that they can, access and say, well, hey, I'm a teen mom, I need support, this is where I go. Or I'm currently in a union and I'd like to get out of it, who can I speak to? Is there any institution, any place, any website with amalgamation of organizations that we have within the Caribbean? I'm learning of new organizations every day. Every time somebody gets up, I'm learning something new. So is there one place where you can find out about different organizations where you can get involved or seek help, support, financial aid? Because they're there. The Right Honorable Minister Holness yesterday mentioned that the persons who need the help the most aren't the ones getting it because they don't know where they're supposed to go. So is there one place that, is easily accessible? We're in the age of technology. I think maybe that would be the easiest place. Is there
Okay.
one?
Okay, thank you. So the question you're asking really speak to the resources that are available. And I think it will be different from country to country. What we can probably do is find out what are some of the good examples we have in some of the other spaces that we could perhaps replicate in our respective countries where there's a lack of resources or. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, so.
Ok, respecto, voy a hablar en español, no sé si puede estar la traducción, por favor. Ok. Ok, en la región de Latinoamérica y el Caribe tenemos un problema muy específico con las uniones tempranas y el matrimonio infantil. Porque hay muy poquita información y data Al ser uniones tempranas no establecidas bajo un registro civil, es difícil obtener cuántas son y de qué forma se dan. La evidencia recolectada por organizaciones como UNICEF dicen que las acciones deben venir desde la creación de espacios seguros para que las niñas, adolescentes y juventudes puedan contar cuál es la experiencia que están viviendo. Sobre los programas específicos los puedes encontrar en UNICEF. Y la organización Girls Not Brides. www.girlsnotbrides.com. That's Girls Not Bride. Ellas tienen diferentes programas, informes de toda la región, no solamente en Latinoamérica y el Caribe, que está recién empezando la investigación, sino además en regiones como la India, en donde tienen muchísima más información y podemos investigar y ver cuáles han sido los hallazgos en estos otros países. Pero el llamado es que las investigaciones no dejen de realizarse y es una temática que estamos empezando a visibilizar en toda la región.
And thanks very much for sharing that information, because one of the questions we had was how can we build solidarity with Latin America so that we can use some of the models. And that is a very interesting one, Girls Not Brides. And we're very much aware that there are organizations in the Caribbean, like the member associations of EPPFA, that is very interested in that program. And Santa Lucia is one of the countries where we are going to be working to build such an example. And it's
Thank you. In St. Lucia, when I was there for Within for Girls 2019 Awards Collective, I met two phenomenal females from St. Lucia. They are part of this organization focused on the girl well-being, Girls of a Feather. And also, you can check them out on Instagram, GOAL, Goal. And also, Girls Not Brides, Nadia. You can find her account on Instagram as well to stay connected with her organization, because they look for persons. Girls Not Brides actually look for persons who are guilty of taking younger girls for themselves as brides, and make sure that the person who's guilty of that will face charges. For Girls of a Feather in St. Lucia, they focus on getting the girls to a safe place, finding a safe haven for them. I'm not sure what they do with the perpetrator, but I know for sure that they look out for the young girls.
Sorry, I know we're out of time, but I want to tell you that Girls Not Brides have a manual that's named Stand Up and Speak Out. It's a young training manual that talk about early and forced unions and leaderships to young activist people. So you can find it in Girls Not Brave and Stand Up, Speak Out. That's the name of the manual. And we have participated together in the implementation of the manual in 2019.
Is somebody else wants to make a comment from Daniel?
No comments on my
Okay,
part.
could you pass the microphone? Right, thanks.
Yeah, Janice Wolfer from Paho, Guyana. My situation in Guyana is similar to Suriname, but I've heard all the discussion this morning, and I just want to focus on two major strategies that we have used in Guyana. And I think Gabriel mentioned it, education and empowerment of girls. And I think that is very, very important, at least even before they get their menstruation. So that is very important. What we have done is to form what we call peer groups, work with the schools to provide education. And also the other thing I didn't hear mentioned this morning is intersectoral collaboration with other agencies on the ground as well. And I think those two strategies, besides what was spoken this morning, would assist, especially in delaying some of these early union. We have a very difficult cultural situation there, and you have to find means, depending on whichever country you have, in order to ensure that you empower them as much as possible. And I think that is very important. Thank you.
Chris, take the floor.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Well, my name is Christopher Jolts from Barbados. And let me just, to what my colleague from Barbados was speaking about earlier, I think what she was trying to say is that we may need some type of directory online where persons can go to get information, because that is something that that is needed, because everyone don't know where to turn. So if that information is in one space, we can go and select, well, let's, for example, Barbados Council for the Disabled. You can click that and you can see the different services of what we offer. I think that is something that we can look at. And to speak to the SRH earlier as well, I believe that we need to have a curriculum in place that is across the board. And it teaches persons from young, which is child-friendly as well. Okay, that is it from me.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I was allowing the young people to speak because they have the answers. But from the benefit of my experience, so my name is Denisha Vance. I work with the UNFPA sub-regional office in the Caribbean, based here in Jamaica. I've had many years. I don't know if you can see it on me. The issue of health and family life education in the region, and now comprehensive sexuality education is a perniciously thorny issue. We've heard about the patriarchal gender norms. What we haven't heard so much about is a right-wing Christian fundamentalist movement who are very well resourced. They have the money. The only way we can counter that is to be equally resourced and researched and have the advocacy messages, because I believe, folks, that what we require is gender transformation. It's not just HFLE and CSC. It's in the media, it's in education. Why is it that in our schools, most of the teachers are women? Boys are getting the message that education is feminine. Girls get socialized, stay in school, don't get pregnant. Boys are allowed to roam, prove you're not gay. In Jamaica in particular, it's a huge taboo, which means that it has implications for the sexual and reproductive health of boys and girls. Girls who are not sufficiently empowered in their own sexuality to take control of themselves. Boys who think that they have to prove their sexuality by having, in Jamaica, enough gal in a bung, if you listen to the music. And as I say that, the gender norms get replicated across. Even if we address HFLE, what about advertising? What about the media? What about the church? And so I believe in order to address the situation, it is going to require gender transformation at institutional level, because gender inequalities are institutionalized. With regard to HFLE, HFLE will never be taken seriously until it's an examinable subject, number one. Number two, our teachers have an issue of comprehensive sexuality education. The teachers have to be taught to speak the language of sexuality. Many young people are much more sexually experienced than many. What was your teacher who was more, no, Allison said it. A teacher who was a virgin and she, yeah, more of a, it was this morning we heard it. It's true that young people who experiment and are very comfortable with their sexuality, the teachers are not. So here in Jamaica, what we have been doing, and we have a sexuality and sexual health component in our HFLE curriculum, but we're now working on teaching teachers to talk about sex and sexuality. You have to be very frank, you have to be very open. Our young people are exposed, incest, early age of sexual initiation, multiple sexual partners, it comes in everywhere.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I
Thank
don't
you
know.
very much, Denise.
I think I haven't had enough coffee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. I just want to ask Gabby actually to just wrap up with a few comments that she has, but clearly this is an issue that has to be at the top of the agenda. And therefore we have to work out strategies, how we can work together. We have heard a number of important examples this morning. We have heard about the research that is being done. We need the data. All our governments are telling us, if we are to make any changes based on your advocacy, bring the data. So those are some of the things that I feel as a region, we really need to have some common sense of what it is that we can do jointly to make some changes as it relates to these areas. Gabby's drivers, what has come up in the discussion? Comprehensive sexuality education again, sexual and reproductive health and access to services, teachers being trained. All of these things we have been saying year after year after year. So it means that we need to take this seriously and make a move, the advocacy, the movement building that we need to do within the Caribbean context. What are some of the things that we can take from our Latin American colleagues to build our movement and to sustain our movement? The issues around resources, so very important. Of course, our governments are not going to pay any mind to some of this thing, some of the suggestions that we are making or recommendations that we are making if we do not come with concrete actions, recommendations, and data. So, you know, it's an opportunity I see here, and I really think it's a good thing that this roundtable was held. Because it really opens up our eyes as to what's happening in other spaces and how we could collaborate. Collaboration, collaboration, collaboration seems to be the response that we are getting in terms of how we can deal with some of these issues. So we did have a little time longer because we were told that lunch was going to be at 12:45. We are going to wrap up now. I want to thank all of you for your interventions. And we will definitely be taking that into consideration in the report. So I'm just going to give Gabby the last word, and I want to thank you all very, very much. I want to say a special thank you to my colleagues who are in front here. Juan Pablo Poli, for the role that he has played in organizing with the young people for the roundtables and supporting them in preparation for the roundtables, and also the manager of communications and advocacy, Pamela Garcia, for her support here in the Congress, and for the team, the just real team spirit in order that we could have gotten these two roundtables completed. Thank you very much for your contribution. And Gabby, you have the last word.
Thanks so much, Donna. Thanks everyone for all of your comments and suggestions. A couple of quick points as we close. The first is that we need to pay attention to our Caribbean economies. So very often our work may focus on the particular issue, but we really need a lot of mobilization around what is happening in terms of the direction of the economic direction of our countries, and whether capacity building needs to take place on that issue. If we don't have a say in the economic direction of our countries, then we will not have a say in one of the primary drivers. So it's not sexy to pay attention to the economy in many ways. It seems to be out of our issue, but it is actually where a great deal of accountability for girls' vulnerability lies. I just want to put the political economy on your agenda. The second thing is that one of the major issues in the Caribbean, so for example, Guyana does not have a minimum age to access sexual and reproductive health services, but Trinidad, without parental consent, but Trinidad and Tobago does have, well, there is some, Donna, for example, there's been a lot of work on this over the past couple of years, but you cannot you can't go to a health center and access SRHR services, counseling, or contraception without parental consent before you are 18 years old. So one of the other areas for intervention is to provide access to healthcare, confidential healthcare for adolescents from I would say without any age limitation, but certainly from about 14 years old, which is where the legislation used to be for some countries. I want to put that as a very specific thing on your agenda. That is, if adolescents could show up at a healthcare center and ask for help, confidential help, then they wouldn't currently be turned away in the way they are now. The other thing to keep in mind is that there are two major prevention issues. The first, as I've said, is education. Education is the main protective factor. But secondly, aside from early unions, is prevention of unplanned pregnancy. So unplanned pregnancy is the key risk factor that then leads to an inability to earn a livelihood yourself because you have care responsibilities or violence in a relationship or interrupted education. So those two are two key areas, prevention of unplanned pregnancy. Having worked on the HFLE curriculum for the past 2 years in Trinidad and Tobago, I can tell you that the backlash is not to comprehensive sexuality education. The backlash is to anything at all that has to do with even discussing gender and gender identity, gender roles, and even the question of consent. So for me, putting consent at the center, consent and adolescent empowerment to make informed decisions at the center of our work, and insisting on that is absolutely essential. There are issues around the problems of disability exclusion in the HFLE content, because as we know, disabled girls are seen even less as having agency to make decisions in relation to their sexual desires. So again, these are important intersections. And finally, I wanted to end with just an observation about the question of LGBT unions and what makes it, what made this sample so purposive so that you would understand it. And that is that the sexualization of girls and the initiation of girls into unions as adolescents is normative, right? So it is accepted. It is seen as better than being pregnant outside of a union. The question of LGBT, insecurity and enforced unions takes place in a context that is not normative. And so in many, it is as legitimate an issue, but the analysis of it has to be very different, because what is happening to adolescent girls is either tolerated and accepted, seen as part of adolescent girlhood in terms of its early sexualization, or indeed is considered the right thing to be happening to girls. And so it is tackling the social norms around that issue that make it normative, that make this sample so specific to girlhood. So I just wanted to explain, it wasn't a question of exclusion per se, but it's understanding what you're tackling in terms of different samples and why.
Thank you again, Gabby. And I want to thank you again. Give yourself a round of applause. I think this was really an informative session. But I just have one announcement to make, is that there will be a brief special event on the Caribbean Adolescent Pregnancy Prevention Week during lunch in Rocksteady 2. If you are interested, get your food and go to Rocksteady 2. Okay, thank you. Thanks again.
people to quality health services. We will do that through some presentations and also some exercises. So we hope you will enjoy the presentations and the exercises, and that you will find that your time has been used valuably. We have three facilitators, moderators, myself. My name is Sonia Cafe. I'm the regional adolescent health advisor at PAHO. And then we have Dr. Abigail Harrison. She will introduce herself. And then hopefully online, we will have Dr. Chandra Muli, who also presented this morning, who is the sexual reproductive health technical advisor at the World Health Organization in Geneva. So we will start first with a presentation from Abigail, and then I will make a brief presentation, and then Chandra will make a brief presentation, and then we will move to the practice. Welcome.
Afternoon, everybody. Okay. So I don't think this will work, right? This won't work. Okay, so let me introduce myself. I'm Abigail Harrison. I am a pediatrician and adolescent medicine physician and a senior lecturer at the University of the West Indies. And I run the teen clinic at the University Hospital of the West Indies. So it's my pleasure to just run through very quickly with some updates on what we've been doing in terms of providing quality healthcare services for adolescents. I do recognize that we are still energized post-lunch and the blood sugar is high. And though I would like us to be a little calmer, I don't want us to fall asleep after. So we'll try and hold it together. All right. So unfortunately, our clickers aren't working. So I'm just going to ask them to move slides. So could I have the next slide, please? Now, because it's a workshop, I would happily entertain any questions as we go along. So feel free to do that. Or if there's anything that's unclear, then you let me know. All right. So WHO has actually put forward some very clear terms that we should use when we're trying to accomplish quality healthcare services for adolescents. And many of you will know many of them. So it should be accessible, acceptable, equitable, available, should be appropriate, and most importantly, should be effective for all of the youth subpopulations. Next slide. Now, interestingly, when we look from young people's perspective, so this is some work that was actually done in Australia where they have very good adolescent health services and they're easily accessible. So they're ahead of the curve in comparison to us. But when they asked the young people from their perspective, what are the things that are really central to them having a positive experience? One is the accessibility. So how easily can they get to it? And we know that sometimes that's a problem here. What's the staff attitude? So that's one of those intangibles that, you know, it's a little bit more difficult to fix. It's not like you can just go and paint the wall and freshen it up, put some new tiles. You have to change the mindset of the people that you're working with. Communication. So that's oftentimes a challenge. And communication must start from the gate with the security guard when you're coming in, right through to the final provider that works with the young person. The medical competence was very important to young people. They don't want to go anywhere where, you know, it's like the person is not sure what they're doing with you. They don't come across as confident. You kind of wishy-washy. That's a Jamaican term for those of you who don't know. Another one would be floxy. That's my personal favorite. Then they want it to be guideline-driven care. So people must be following the appropriate guidelines. So the kind of healthcare that you get in Jamaica or Trinidad should not be different to the healthcare that you get in Australia. And sometimes, you know, we'll think that we're so different, but honestly, young people are more alike than they are different. In terms of age-appropriate environments, so you may not want the same stuff on the screen as for what you have for the younger children in the pediatric clinic. That may not be your ideal thing for an 18-year-old coming into clinic. Or if you're a male adolescent coming in, you really don't want to have only pictures on female-related contraception, because then, well, how are you appealing to me? Because I clearly am not going to use the IUD. So we have to have a balance, right? And then they wanted youth involvement in the healthcare facilities. And I think we are making good inroads there. And they felt that this should help to drive youth health outcomes. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so it should be based on supportive policies. So we need to respond to the youth even while we ensure that there is confidential care. So what does that mean? We're very clear. We don't say to the young person, this is a secret between you and I. But how we explain confidentiality, or how it should be explained, is that you should be confident that what you share with me stays with me. But there are some exceptions. Certainly if I'm working with a team of professionals and I'm a junior person in the team, so if I'm a medical student, I need to let you know there's a circle of care. So I will have to tell my boss. So I'm not the only person that's going to know. Or if the nurse identifies a concern, then she cannot or he cannot keep it to himself. He has to then share it with the consultant as well, or with the physician who is going to be seeing the patient. Not every detail, obviously, but the ones that are going to be critical, you have to make sure that those exceptions are clearly stated at the beginning. And sometimes parents will give you pushback on delivering confidential healthcare because, you know, what do you need to be talking to my young person about that I should not know? But really, you have to remind them, one, we're trying to develop their independence and their autonomy. And we can use the two things together. So this is you learning to let go a little bit of the control over your young person. And this is the young person learning to manage and control their own health outcomes. So that's one of the things that we're very clear. And we know that if we offer confidential health services, the young person is more likely to be honest, they're more likely to share, and they're more likely to follow up. So they'll come back again. We need to coordinate with other services. I think in our region, we don't do very well there because, you know, something is happening in the educational sector, a different thing is happening in the health sector, and never the twain do meet, but we are getting a little bit better, I think. Not exceptionally better, but a little bit. And we want to promote dialogue with the community. So the schools in the area should know that the healthcare services exist. The young people should know it exists. I will tell you, I got raked over the coals yesterday by a young person who quarreled with me about the Teen Hub, and enough young people don't know that the Teen Hub exists. And we need to get the word out there. So I challenged him back to help us to share that information. And we need to have outreach activities, you know, so that we can get to everybody. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, they did some qualitative work, and I like qualitative work in terms of the results you get. I don't like it in terms of doing it because, Lord, it takes long. But one of the things, there were 4 themes that came out, and I'm going to go through each one from our regional and local perspective. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, so essentially, I'm going to do it from a perspective of what are we doing and what do we need to do more of. And so since we have young persons as well here, when I ask a question because I'm stumped, just throw out some potential answers so that we can learn as we move along, right? So one of the things that young people said was that meeting, and I should say these themes came from Switzerland. And to put that in perspective, Switzerland has a very relaxed approach to confidentiality. They're kind of like Canada. Whatever age you are in Ontario, there is no age consent. So if you're 12, if you're 11, if you're 18, you just walk into the health center and you get your business done. Okay, they don't have to call anybody. So these are the themes that are coming up as challenges, even in settings where there is free access to everyone. Okay, so they want us to meet youth on their own terms to make sure that it's holistic. So we are doing some of that. The Teen Hub is one of the biggest ways in which we're meeting young people where they are, how they are. Now, the limitations with that is that we have to cater to particular services. You can't give all the medical curative services. We do some, so there is HIV testing, but there's a limit. You have to be 16 and up to have that done and to have your pregnancy test done, etc. And some of those things are the challenges, the legal barriers, right? So the legal framework we need to work at, and that's in Jamaica. There are other countries in the region, for example, Trinidad, where you'd have to be 18 to access some of these services without your parental consent. Now, in terms of reaching the youth where they are, we have to work on changing the mindset of physicians. What I would say is that that might be part of the hardest task that we will have to change their approach to young people, the recognition of mental health as an issue, the recognition of the varied sexual and reproductive health issues that may come forward, but we continue to press along. And then peer support. In the plenary this morning, those of you who are there, you would have heard the young girl, I think she was from Peru, and she said, young people open up more easily to other young people. And so what we need to do is make more use of peers as support staff, but we can't just throw them in there, because if you're not trained how to support your peers, it can become very exhaustive, very sort of heavy laden for you. And then you walk around with all this baggage. So we have to train them how to manage it, maintain your distance while having the empathy. Next slide, please. Okay, organizational challenges and all the strategies that we use to keep the providers informed. So a lovely lady who likes to work me very hard is in this room, one Joy Chambers, and her sidekick, Marianne Thomas, and her sidekick, Sheila Campbell Forrester, keep us busy, right? Because we have annual health workshops where we try and bring various types of healthcare workers together to learn how to communicate better with young people and to sort of do role plays, and we let the adults pretend to be the most difficult teenagers, right? So you're just miserable and feisty. And honestly, teenagers are not generally difficult. They can give you a little sauce and you have to put in a little extra effort, but once you get them, life is good, you sail. So we do that. And you may see that a lot of my examples may come from Jamaica, and I apologize, but I will say I think we've been taking certainly the lead in the English Caribbean to sort of start pushing adolescent health, and we're pulling everybody else with us. So we have an association, Caribbean Association for Adolescent Health, to pull people together across the region. We have a diploma program that's now in its 4th year that was supported and initiated through PAHO, that is doing a really good job. And this is, anybody can join this once you have a first degree. What does that mean? And I qualify that, a first degree or extensive work experience with adolescents. And then you come in and you learn how to interact with young people. You learn the health challenges that are there. You learn the strategies, and we have an excellent faculty that works with you. We spoke about mental health literacy and going into the schools. And what I can happily say is that our professional organizations, certainly locally and oftentimes regionally, are now having more and more adolescent focused talks at each of their conferences. Next slide, please. Youth clinics. We spoke a little bit about being accessible and about this young man who, when I tell you, he really raked me over the coals. Like, I mean, like seriously, bad me up. So I want to hear from some of you guys, how do we spread the word to other young people who are not well initiated like yourselves? How do we spread the word? I mean, I know Instagram, so that will get to some people, but not everybody's on Instagram. What other suggestions you have for us? Don't all be silent now, you know, because if you're silent, I'm going to throw it back at you and say, see why it's hard, Fido? So what are some suggestions you guys have for us that we can do? So yes, we're on Instagram. Yes, we have, what you call those things? Twitter spaces and all them kind of things, right? See, I get a nod over here. Woohoo! Yes, ma'am. So I'll just say it after. So she's talking about social media and use of graphics and so forth. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My name is Tehila Paul, by the way. So my contribution is that even though a lot of organizations and a lot of places that offer services utilize social media, the Instagram, the TikTok, those kind of things, it's not effective because sometimes I see a lot of organization hopping on trends that they see on Twitter, but they hop on that trend 2 months after it was viral on Twitter.
So you're saying we're
So
late?
It's been
Okay.
late.
All
So
right.
when
So
they
we're
hop on that trend, it's no longer funny. It's no longer relevant. Youth move really quickly. Something
Yes.
that's relevant 48 hours ago is no longer relevant now. So my recommendation would be to pull in the youth as consultants for your social media.
Yeah, we do for
things.
some things, but that's excellent in terms of the timing as well. So we have to
Exactly.
be
There
boom,
needs
boom,
to
boom.
be a quick turnover because our minds move very quickly. Social media also moves really quickly. If you're not on top of it, you kind of get lost in the background.
I know that. I learned today that Instagram story lasts 24 hours. Who knew that? Didn't know that, but I learned today. And for all the other people, I know the people who didn't know because they're not laughing in this room. But I didn't know until today. I saw another hand go up. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Orden David from Antigua. One of the things that you can do to spread the word is by using your local celebrities. And that way, what I realized that these celebrities has a lot of influence on young people, and that is one way you can use to spread the
So
word.
social media influencer.
Yes.
Okay. All right. See, I learning the terms. Okay. Anything else? Yep. You see, you took on a job and now you're very busy walking up and down with the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Jafan from Belize. I also think I agree with both. I also think that having regular campaigns would also help.
Which campaigns?
Having campaigns about whatever we're trying to push.
Okay.
And also having those, maybe making them into competition, get into the local groups or organizations that are already pushing that and get them to also get on board with that so that we could always get the information moving because it's always changing.
Okay, so I have one here and then, is that Kobe at the back?
Okay.
So you know that is Kobe told me last night that the pictures are not just on the Instagram thing, right? So I have to touch the story. Whoa, that was like light bulb moment for me.
Right, just as an addition to my point before, not all youth use social media, and sometimes because things move so quickly, when you finally log back into social media, you
Right.
might miss something. So my advice would be to meet the youth where they are and where they like to congregate. Some
Okay.
people love the trendy spots within Kingston, the places where they get food, the festivals that are in the area, the parties that are in the area. If you go to the
Okay.
areas where the youth are and you have the stalls alongside Burrito and alongside a lot of these sponsors at these events, you find them where they are. They can't miss you because then especially if you include like a photo booth, people love to take images with something that's so pretty. You need a pretty background, something to attract them.
Yes.
They come and they take a picture at your photo booth and then they get the information that they need right there.
Gotcha. I like that. Yes, Kobe. And then I think I have to move on before Sonia gets on.
Great. Thank you for
Agitated.
the opportunity. I actually wanted to just add to the social media piece just to qualify it, because I think oftentimes we talk in a very cavalier way about using social media, but really and truly, a lot of social media postings are boring. And so, yes, you can use social media, but I mean, I don't speak for all young people, but if you're going to give me 2 paragraphs on a social media post, I'm not reading that. And so we really need to find creative ways of doing that. And a lot of organizations feel that because you have somebody who's your PRO, they should be a social media coordinator. That's ridiculous nonsense. You know, a
thank you
PR
for your
person
honesty.
is different from a social media manager. They have different ways in doing that. And so organizations just need to be more intentional about placing people in the right places, if that makes sense.
Okay.
The other piece is that if you're not going to write posts in a way that's creative and innovative and is going to capture the attention of Facebook's algorithm, then you need to sponsor it for it to really target thousands of people. It's one thing to say that you're just going to post a photograph to say that you've been in some community, but is that really meeting people? Are we really looking at the insights on the pages? I mean, I didn't study social media, but like I just know that that's part of it.
Yes, social media is very nuanced.
Yeah, so we really need to be intentional about that because it's one thing to say we could use social media, but is it really impactful? And I think that's the point that we need to make.
Thank you. All right. So in the interest of time, I thank you for the suggestions. Actually, I particularly like that one about going to the festivals and the parties and the sessions. I like that. And the photo booth. That might actually work. Good stuff. And then, yes, Kobe, we hear you. We can't have anybody, anybody can do it. You have to be like proper, if you're going to be posting for us. Okay. And just to share that we have a lot of work going on right now, actually, in terms of health promotion. Okay. So vulnerable groups. I mean, I think all adolescents and young adults to an extent are vulnerable, but we have to focus on the early adolescents whose rights are a little more limited in terms of their access. Those who may be experiencing stigma with regard to whichever illness they have, and certainly if they're in the LGBTQI fraternity, and then reaching the unreachable or the unreached. So Bashibus is outside with Children First. Women's Center has satellites areas all throughout the island. Next. I think I don't have many more slides. Next, thank you. Okay, so we spoke about the legal framework. That takes the longest. I can't tell you how long we've been trying to make legal framework changes in Jamaica, and I don't think we go any slower than any of the other islands, but little by little, we get little snippets change. So we press on. The social cultural expectations, we just have to keep being the voice that's out there, speaking to the person beside you, two persons beside you, so that the word starts to spread, and make sure that your own children and adolescents that you work with or live with know what their rights are. And then we keep working on the cultural stigma that exists in terms of getting men to speak out about strong women, getting women to speak out about good men. I get so exhausted by women who only cuss men. Like seriously, all men are not bad. Plenty of them are very good. If they were all bad, why we want them? We don't want them, but we do, right? Because life is boring because they bring a certain flavor. We're equally good, but we are different. So we just have to accept that and work with it and enjoy the differences. Next, I'm almost there. So the steps now to move forward, we spoke about keeping our voices being heard. Kobe brought up, no, it wasn't Kobe, it was somebody right here, the social media influences from Antigua. And then we need to get the higher level people, the ones who have the money and the ones who can change the legal framework. We have to get their buy-in. And we have to monitor and evaluate. So we have to know what works. Because we think it works doesn't mean that it's actually working. So we have to test it and make sure. Next slide should be the last slide. There we go. Thank you. I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you so much, Abby. And I just wanted to mention the people who came late. We brought you a gift for joining our session. It is a pocketbook that was published by WHO last year on primary health care for children and adolescents. I think when Abigail spoke about guideline-driven care, this is one of the most recent documents. It's a little bit heavy. You can also use it as a weapon if need be. It was officially published by the Euro office from the Europa office from WHO, but it was endorsed by Geneva as something that is applicable to all of us. And from our region, we have obtained the permission to reprint. So if you are interested to reprint in your region, please contact the local PAHO office to facilitate that print. Of course, first, my congratulations to the Jamaica team for the work you're doing when it comes to adolescent health services. My brief presentation will be from another perspective. Welcome, Chandra. Chandra is online, and thanks for joining us, even though I know it's quite late for you. So you will follow after me. So I will present on the global standards for quality adolescent health services. These standards were published in 2017 by the World Health Organization based on a specific need. And I think Abigail mentioned many of the challenges that young people face to access quality health services. And in the extension of the Sustainable Development Goals, there was this recognition that we are not making enough progress. There was a recognition that in addition to specialized initiatives, there has to be a fundamental shift on the level of health systems if we want to achieve universal health coverage and access for adolescents. And this is why these standards were developed. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned, health services for adolescents globally and in our region, they tend to be fragmented, poorly coordinated, uneven in quality, unacceptable to adolescents. And there's this perception of lack of respect, lack of privacy, lack of confidentiality. There's also a fear of stigma and discrimination. And that's everywhere, but I think that's really definitely something that applies to the Caribbean. I remember when I worked in HIV/AIDS in the Caribbean, we were trying to establish a network of young people living with HIV. And several actually said, I will never participate in such a network. I'd rather buy a ticket to go to another island to get my care instead of people knowing my HIV status. And they say, and even if only the healthcare worker knows, before I leave the clinic, everybody knows. And of course, the imposition of moral values of care providers who say, why you want the pill? You shouldn't be having sex at all, you're too young. Anyway, when we speak about universal health coverage and access, which is one of the SDG targets, we need to create an adolescent responsive health system. And these are some of the key components of an adolescent responsive health system. And let me explain this from the perspective of these standards. It means that there has to be a minimum of standards implemented everywhere, because as mentioned, we will never achieve universal health coverage and access if we only have some specific clinics. And that includes 4 elements: package of services, protocols and job aids, standards, and quality monitoring. And so from the adolescent health unit at WHO, they coordinated a process of development of standards to support, to advance with this issue. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to really quickly go over it, and I think it resonates a lot with what Abigail presented. So I'm very happy to hear, to see the complementarity. This package of standards was intended to be a guide to implement a standard-driven approach to improve the quality of healthcare services for adolescents. At the end of the day, what we want is to increase their use of services and to contribute to better health outcomes. Next one. And so the package consists of 8 standards. And just as you listen to me, listen to some of the things that Abigail was presenting from an adolescent perspective, what they would like to see in health services. First, the first standard is related to adolescent health literacy. It means that the healthcare system should make an effort to educate young people about their services, how to access their services, and how to overcome barriers. The second one is community support. Standard 2, the health facility implements systems to ensure that parents, guardians, and other community members recognize the value of providing health services for adolescents and that they support the utilization. Standard 3 is an appropriate package of services. There has been a lot of debate recently about what an appropriate package of services is for adolescents. And we know that it will differ from one context to the next, but this growing consensus is that health services for adolescents tend to be curative, while the emphasis should be on preventive, promotive, and early identification of risk factors, but that's a whole other presentation. The fourth standard is also something that Abigail referred to, provider competencies, and that's why, again, congratulations on the work you do, but we realize across the region that there's a need to continue to train people because the standard curricula, they don't have enough content on adolescent. And so what we need to do is always kind of provide that information from the back end. Next one, please. Standard number 4 is so important, the competencies, that there's a separate document on this standard, and these documents are available on the PAHO website in English and Spanish, and they emphasize 3 domains: basic concepts in adolescent health and development, laws, policies, and quality standards. I'm still shocked when I see what confusion there exists about laws, their interpretation, and their application. A few years ago, we tried to do a survey regionally, not only in the Caribbean, on legislation for adolescent health services. And it was just the one person understood that it was age 24, the other age 18, the other, it's a total confusion, unfortunately, many times. And then the third one, which is of course essential, is ensuring that healthcare providers are up to snuff on clinical care for adolescents with specific conditions. Next one. The standard number 5 speaks to facility characteristics. And this is, again, very important because sometimes when a country requests support, they start talking about the building. Maybe we should buy laptops or tablets and stuff, and maybe paint the building in a nice color. That's just, it's important, but it's not the most important thing, right? It's more important that when an adolescent enters, that they receive that quality care that will make them want to come back. In this case, in these global standards, when we speak about facility characteristics, it speaks about a welcoming environment. It speaks about very clear opening hours, that there is enough equipment to provide the care that's necessary, etc. Standard 6, equity and non-discrimination. I think Abigail spoke a lot about that, so I don't have to go into that. And standard 7, data and quality improvement, ensuring that data is collected and is fed back into the system. So we use this data to inform what services will be provided and how. And of course, standard 8 is adolescent participation. Next slide. These 8 standards, there's a whole package of 4 documents online, and each standard is operationalized in input, process, and output criteria. It can be a little bit overwhelming, but it's a guide to say, okay, if you want to implement this standard, these are some of the criteria that you need to apply and pursue. Next one. I mentioned that this is a package of 4 documents, and I hope I'm almost done because my voice seems to be done. Next one. Yes, please. Thanks. So this last point is important, is that if we want to apply, if we want to provide standard-driven services, it's not just an intention or a position. We can only say that we are providing standard-driven services if we measure. And that's the nice thing of the WHO package. These criteria are measurable, and at the end of the day, they can help us see where the areas are, where improvement is needed, and making sure that, yes, we are, everybody of the whole team is indeed providing these services. So part of the package is a set of tools, of questionnaires, etc., observation tools that can be applied to do this monitoring and evaluation of the quality of healthcare services. Next one. I think I'm gonna stop here. Yes, I'm gonna stop here to give us enough time for the rest of the session. So again, at the end of the day, what we would like to see is that there is a shift in healthcare systems that does not treat adolescent health services as a separate and standalone issue, but as something that all of us try to pursue. So there is wide accessibility of healthcare services for young people. So now I'm going to invite Chandra to engage with us. Chandra is going to elaborate a little bit on the topic, what do I do differently if I'm in the health center and a patient arrives who is 16 years old. So over to you, Chandra.
Thank you, Sonia, and it was good to listen to you and Abigail. Hi, everyone. It's late in the evening on a Friday. I went out with my family for a nice pizza and a nice beer, and I'm back to spend about 15 minutes with you before I get back to my family. I want to talk to you about what do we need to know and do differently if my patient is 16, not 6 or 26. But before I do that, I want to take you through some slides to build on the points that Abigail and Sonia have talked about. I don't know whether you see my slides yet. You probably will be able to do so now. So I'm going to make 2 short presentations. And the first one is about health worker performance, very much to do with what Sonia talked about in terms of standards, because standards talk about performance. Standards don't care whether the health worker has been trained. Standards care whether the health worker's performance meets a certain specified level of quality. So please listen to that, because that's the issue. So I make only 3 points here. First is a health worker who's performing well is a crucial component of an adolescent-friendly service to carry out 2 functions, that of a service provider and that of a change agent. The second point is that many studies show that judgmental and disrespectful behavior by health service providers are common and are a critical barrier to service use. Some, but not all health workers are aware that their attitudes and their competencies and prevent them from responding to adolescents well. So that's, of course, the first step to improving performance. And the third slide, which is the single most important slide which I'm going to show you today, which is why over the last several years I've changed the course of my work on health worker performance, is a slide from a huge study by the World Bank in India and in China, where they assessed health worker performance in relation to tuberculosis and diarrhea in India and China. What they did was they trained health workers and then assessed their performance. And their performance was 80 out of 100. 1 week later, they sent a dummy patient to these clinics. So these were patients pretending, evaluators pretending to be patients. And the scores fell from 80 to 20, 80 to 30 in China, 80 to 10 in Delhi. So these were health workers who knew what to do, but didn't do it because they cared a damn, and because they knew that nobody can hold them accountable. This is what we are dealing with. What we are dealing with is health workers in many places who are powerful and who feel much more entitled than the adolescents or the other people they work with. What do we need to do differently in response to this knowledge? First of all, we must move away from training as the most important approach to improve and sustain performance. In many places, training is the only approach used to improve performance. It is often done badly. Training which involves large groups are not focused and use didactic training methods have poor results. When you have large numbers of people and you pack a 3-day workshop with PowerPoint presentations without time for discussion, you can be sure that there's very little learning taking place. Finally, training alone, improving competencies in the workshop setting does not translate to improved performance in the workplace setting. Training alone does not lead to sustained improvements in performance. What we are calling for is very much what Sonia said. What we are saying is we need a package of actions. We don't want to throw out training, but we need to reduce training. 80% of the budgets of many countries goes into training of health workers. What we say is you need foundational tasks like standards and job descriptions in line with standards. Once you have job descriptions in line with standards, then you decide what competencies health workers need, and you can carry out training and retraining and this wonderful pocketbook that Sonia showed you, a desk reference tool. But that's only part of the game. You need to motivate health workers to perform to the best of their abilities. You need to enable them to perform to the best of their abilities. And training doesn't do that. There's a wonderful quote from a quality assurance project guide. If the only tool in your toolkit is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you have problems with referral, you do training. If you have problems with motivation, you do training. If you have problems with attitudes with unmarried adolescents wanting sexuality education or services, contraceptive services, you do training. So training is overused and inappropriately used. So what we are saying is you need this, but you also need collaborative learning, supportive supervision. What we have learned in many countries, my friends, is it's nice to talk about supportive supervision, but it doesn't often exist. Next year is my 30th year in WHO. In many countries, when I've gone and asked health workers, when was the last time you had a supervisory visit? It was 5 years, 7 years. There's no supportive supervision in many places. And essentially speaking, if you slap a patient or disrespect her, nothing is going to happen to you because you are privileged. So what are we doing? We're trying to ensure accountability through involving adolescents. That's one of the points that Sonia talked about. And increasingly, while we place training and a desk reference tool in a quality and a health systems framework, what we are doing in a growing number of countries, and I'd love to work with you, Abigail and Sonia, on this, is we are bringing trained health workers together once a month to learn from and support each other and to change the practice in their health facilities. You know, one of the most shocking findings we have realized in recent years is that health workers like me scold women, beat women, ill-treat women at the time when they are most vulnerable, when they're giving birth. Ill-treatment and disrespect of women during childbirth is a widespread practice. And the people who are most affected are the poorest and the youngest. So essentially what we are saying is, if a health worker shouts or beats a woman giving birth, nothing is going to happen to her in most places because there's no accountability. On the other hand, if there is a community of practice in a health facility where people say, we don't beat women in our health facility because we have agreed as a group not to do that. And then they may do it in the next health facility, but we don't do that. For example, in PAHO offices and WHO offices, we don't smoke. Even if you smoke outside, you don't smoke inside. You can't change the world, but you can start changing what you do in your place. That's what we are moving forward with. So that's a bit about challenging you to think about health worker performance. You also talked about digital health, and I'm going to shock you a little bit more. This is a study that my colleague Leanne Gonzalez carried out in Kenya. They used text message interventions to change misconceptions on contraception. What was the effect? Zero. Zero effects. And what is the interpretation? These findings reinforce the findings of previous studies that digital health is no magic bullet. It should at best be viewed as a complement to existing evidence-based interventions rather than a replacement of them. Nothing, my dear friends, can replace a teacher, a health worker, a social worker, or a parent who can look at you, into your eyes, connect with you, tell you something, hear what you're saying, make you feel valued. What we say is, in order for an adolescent to grow and develop, you need one person in their lives who unconditionally cares about them. Many times when I run workshops, I ask people, can you think of one teacher who changed your life? And people start crying, thinking of a physics teacher in class 6 who believed in them. So that's what we need to do. We need to make our health workers the physics teacher that you remember. I'm sure all of you in the room will remember one teacher whose face you can remember even today if you close your eyes. That's the kind of health workers you need. And I promise you, my friends, that will not be through training or training alone. So after this fairly long preface, I'm going to take you through a very short presentation on what do you know and do differently if your patient is 16, not 6 or 26. This is a long presentation, but I'm only going to take 2 issues to share with you. And I'll share these slides and documents with Sonia. So the Lancet Guttmacher Commission published a package of interventions. And we, in 2019, said, what does this mean for adolescents? This is the Lancet Guttmacher package. We took the Lancet Guttmacher package and we said, what does this mean for adolescents? And in this short presentation, I'm only going to talk to you about contraception. All the others are there. All the other interventions are there in this list, in this slide, and in the journal paper that I will share with you. But let's just talk about contraception. 1, Inadequate knowledge and skills as well as misconceptions of health workers deters contraceptive provision. Further, in many places, health workers believe it is wrong for adolescents to be sexually active before marriage. These attitudes translate into judgmental and disrespectful behaviors. So health workers should be knowledgeable about all methods of contraception, including emergency contraception. They must have the skills, they must be trained, supported, and held accountable for providing services. Many health workers say you shouldn't provide contraceptives to a woman who's not had a child. So you can only give contraceptives after the woman has had a child. That's not true. You can, all these contraceptives set out in the medical eligibility criteria can be used by adolescents. Second is, many adolescents have knowledge gaps and misconceptions on contraception. Because of stigma and social pressure, they're often reluctant to obtain services. As part of comprehensive sexuality education, adolescents must be educated about contraception and about where and when they can obtain contraceptives. Alongside this, the support of community members for the provision of contraceptive information and services must be built. And you know, in Jamaica, there are huge challenges to delivering sexuality education in school, but the Jamaica Women's Center has been delivering comprehensive sexuality education to girls who have been expelled from school or have left school because they're pregnant for over 40 years now. And so you can do that in every setting. The third is identity formation and future thinking are two development features of adolescence. So one of the key things we're talking about in adolescence is don't talk about contraception and don't talk about not getting pregnant, but talk about what are your life goals? Who do you want to become? Where do you want to be? How can contraceptives be a step towards achieving that? For many young people, that is useful. That is transformational. You know, I want to be a nurse. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a teacher. Contraception can help you get there. So it's about looking and talking to them and connecting them to their life goals and talking to them about contraception as a means to getting to their life goals. When adolescents use contraceptives, they are more likely to use them for shorter periods than adults. They're also more likely than adults to discontinue use. One reason for this is they're particularly sensitive to side effects. So contraceptive discontinuation rates are very, very high in adolescents. So what we need to do is to work with them, and the most important intervention to prevent discontinuation is a health worker or a counselor who can talk to them, explain the side effects, prepare them for the side effects, respond to them when they have the side effects. Adolescent girls are a higher risk of rapid repeat pregnancy than adult women. You have a child, you quickly have another child. The Jamaica Women's Center, they've hugely reduced rapid repeat pregnancies through contraceptive counseling of both the girls and the baby fathers. So this is the section on contraceptive counseling. This is now all integrated into an operational guide that is going to be published by UNFPA. I showed you the section on contraception. I'm going to show it to you here. And so you will get this document. I will make sure that it reaches you through through Abigail or through Sonia. So I talked to you about contraception, implications for delivery. All these issues are covered here. To wrap up, I talked to you about improving performance and using training, but going beyond training to improve performance. Increasingly, what we are seeing is we need to go beyond one-off training. One-off training programs are a waste of money. Many studies show that one-off training programs have no lasting benefits. We need to think about health worker performance as a package of actions to connect with them as human beings and make them care. Digital health is important. It has many important advantages, but it's not a solution for all the world's problems. And it only needs to be part of a wider solution. And there is nothing, my dear friends, nothing that can replace an outreach worker, a social worker, a teacher, a counselor, a priest, a health worker, a parent who can sit with you, look at you and say, I believe in you, and I want to talk to you and I want to share with you. Finally, as my colleague Valentina Baltag often says, and adolescents are not older children or young adults. They are at a very special stage in their development. And in contraception, just like in everything else, we need to ask ourselves constantly, what are the 3 things I need to know and do differently in relation to this health issue if the patient who walks into my clinic is 16 and is looking at me with disrespect, with suspicion, and says, okay, doc, I want condoms. Can you give me condoms? Don't give me any lecture. Just give me condoms. I want to leave. And how do you deal with that? Thank you, my friends. Over to you.
Thank you, Chandra. So now we're going to do a small exercise. The room is not set up ideally, but we want you to turn to maybe 3, 4 people in your environment and identify 1 or 2 recommendations. And you can be a physician, a nurse, a social worker, psychologist, a young person.
Sonia,
from your
do I have your
perspective.
permission to step out? Do I have your permission to step out?
Yes. Yes, you have permission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Abigail. Bye, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the session.
Bye-bye, Chandra. Sleep tight. Yes, so 10 minutes because we still have an experience, a practical experience that Adler will share, and we also want to do another exercise. But if you could just mingle and say maybe things that you are already doing in your country, in your community, and that you see are working, or your recommendations when it comes to advancing the issue of quality health services for adolescents. What are the 2 things that you think we all should do? The time goes in now. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So we want to go through the room. I don't know, Fonda, if you can help with the microphone. And if you can tell us what your recommendations are or conclusions, what we should do. And I mean, yes, 2 minutes per group.
Okay, so from our group, by the way, hi, I'm Sienna from Jamaica, in case anyone was wondering. All right, so in terms of our recommendations, we had replicating the standalone teen clinics like Teen Hub and investing in that and having them more at the local level. So yes, at the local level, so that teens can have easy access without the pressure of feeling like adults are around or, feeling judged. Then someone mentioned upskilling healthcare workers and continuous upskilling healthcare workers in the areas of counseling and educating young people. Then we had mobile services. So having, those mobile clinics going around at large events like carnival and parties where you have a lot of young people gathering at any given time. So they have easy access because, a lot of drinking and a lot of meeting up and yeah, right. Also condom dispensaries as well in easily accessible areas. Someone mentioned that they're often found at hospitals and clinics, which isn't necessarily accessible, right? And then another one, another example that was shared was safe houses. So in communities, you have one house or somebody can volunteer where they have condoms, whatever whatever is needed, right? So in the middle of the night, if you need a little something, you can run next door, you can knock on that door and be like, hey, and then they'd have access to a condom, quick and easy, especially in our rural areas and smaller communities. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Next group.
Parents light fire to that house? I'm just kidding.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Julian from Jamaica. Hi, Julian. Okay. All right. So one of the things that came up in this group is that we would like to do more effective behavior changes within the communities, volatile communities in Jamaica, to see how best we can, change the mindset of our children. Because we are already in certain schools and we know that violence is taking over the schools, right? And sometimes we tend to push aside persons we see display a certain behavior. So we want to, come up with a small little clinic or a small little, house or a small little school that caters to children who displays a certain behavior to see how best we can do effective behavior change and let Jamaica become a better place. All right.
The other thing that we were talking about is figuring out how to work with other professionals to be less scared of adolescents. We all kind of see in our practices, and we kind of discuss this a little bit, that when you work with adolescents, the first thing people say to you is, oh, you're so brave. I couldn't do it. Adolescents scare me. Oh, you don't get upset because they're rude. Yeah, of course they are. They're adolescents. And so we were thinking about, rotating people through clinics, just trying to find a way to expose older people in professions that work with children and teenagers to more teenagers, and to show them that they're actually not that scary. They're a little bit more honest, and occasionally they will tell you your shoes are terrible, but other than that, they're great. Do you want to?
And also building a great rapport with younger kids so that they feel safer to speak with you is one of the main things that, because as sometimes as adults is like we don't remember that adolescents have rights also. So we just need to build a great rapport with the adolescents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group.
Hello, everyone. I'm Orden David again from Antigua and Barbuda. So some of the things that we came up with is to ensure health workers are updated and trained, encourage health workers to reflect on their own biases, train teams on prevention methods, hone in on that instead of trying to encourage them to deter sexual activity, and train youths on prevention methods.
Good afternoon, everyone. Another recommendation was to have a healthcare open day in a relaxed, informal setting where young people could interact with healthcare professionals and learn. And in the conversation that came up before, something came to mind to me. It's not necessarily that we need access to free contraceptives, because you could have a whole jar full of condoms and still not use it. But I do believe we need to try to understand the root causes of the problem. So greater emphasis on education in a way that could catalyze some sort of behavioral change starting from the mind. I always think back to when I was not even a teenager as yet. I was in primary school. To me, that stage in my life is where I learned so much things that I actually use now as a grown adult. So education, you can't wait until adolescents already engage in sexual activity to try to educate them about it. So instead of being reactive and trying to bend an old tree, or however the saying goes, be proactive and understand that it's not just about access, but education is paramount.
Hi, I just wanted to add something that I thought of afterwards, which is the importance of having healthcare professionals understand the law. And so the example that I want to give is that in Trinidad and Tobago, under the Children's Act of 2012, you have to be 18 to consent to sex. However, sex between opposite sex minors is decriminalized. That is, there's a recognition that adolescents could be sexually active and that it won't constitute a crime. That is a violation of adolescents' inability to consent as minors. What that means is that when adolescents may go to healthcare professionals or anybody, the Ministry of Education's approach to health and family life education, the whole approach is characterized by an idea that adolescents cannot consent. And therefore, if you're 15 years old or 16 years old and you're having sex, if you're a girl and you're having sex with a boy of the same age, it'll be reported by a nurse to the Child Protection Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service in the same way as if it was a 15-year-old with a 22-year-old. And so, and if you talk to anybody, they will say adolescents cannot consent. Adolescents can only consent at 18. But in fact, even in the law, there's a recognition that adolescents can consent, and that therefore those kinds of encounters should not be criminalized, and in fact should be recognized as existing as well, rather than a broad-based approach. So sometimes understanding the nuances of the law can enable healthcare professionals to not stop adolescents at the door, and also to not send adolescents to the police service as their first point of engagement, you know, and so I think that may be very important as well.
Thank you. I think we have time to listen to two more groups, and then we will listen to Adler's experience in Guyana.
I'm Denise from Jamaica, representing also Joel from Belize and Adler from Guyana. So our recommendations were in relation to the issue of accountability. That's our recommendation for healthcare workers. That presentation from Dr. Chandra was interesting. I don't give a damn attitude. Where do you get off not giving a damn? You're paid. So accountability, management, and supervision. That leads us to looking at the issue of equity. It's not just universal health coverage and access. It's also equity, which is a concept of fairness, which means that you have to reach out more to those persons who are most vulnerable, most marginalized, in order to leave no one behind. In our context, I think LGBTQI persons, the community, particularly the T, transgender men, transgender women, we need to train our healthcare providers in trans-competent services, the delivery of trans-competent services. You have to understand the language, the pronouns. You have to know the difference between sexual orientation and gender identity, gender expression. Don't mix it up. Because no matter how friendly a service you may have, if those issues are not well understood, persons will never come. There are also those persons who are so marginalized, they can't get to that friendly adolescent service. So you have to do the outreach. Again, the equity and the concept of the accountability. While I sat here, I also thought about what has happened post-COVID. We need to re-socialize our adolescents. In 2 years of lockdowns and being exposed to community violence, I think there's another meeting around the back there, being exposed to community violence, these young people have become brutish. They're violent. It's not their fault. This is what they've been exposed to. It's what they have learned, and violence begets violence. So that whole re-socialization has to be done in order to be able to reach them, to begin to speak to them and have that conversation. That's what we came up with. And in doing so, to expand to a multi-sectoral response that covers the education sector. So it's not just about health, it's also the social determinants of health and looking at the other multi-sectoral actors. Over.
Thank you very much. I thought I saw the group in the back. Is there? Oh, this group. Okay, those two, and then Adler, you will have a very short time, 3 minutes, to share some highlights of the experience in Guyana.
Okay, so our recommendations are that, one, we want to, so this is a thing that happens in Guyana. So prior to receiving contraceptives, they tend to do like a pre-counseling type of session. However, like a lot of youth have been complaining that the pre-counseling sessions are very biased, where a lot of the persons try to like deter you from doing this and scare you into not getting the contraceptives. And so you know, like at the end of that, nobody wants to still press on to say, oh, I'm still gonna do it, because they're like, they feel so judged at the end of that process. And so people just opt out of it, and they tend to opt for more privatized services, which happen to be more expensive than the service that we receive from the community or the hospital. So I know friends that have been, you know, chancing it and, you know, waiting until a year when they could like save up some money so that they could go get this done. And I feel like that's very unfortunate. So maybe if we can work on ensuring that our health professionals can provide unbiased counseling to persons when they're speaking to them about their options and their choices of contraceptives, that would be really, really good. The other thing is provision of these SRHR services at the level of the community, primarily the health centers. Decentralizing those resources so the communities save time, transportation. Usually, I'm not sure what it's like for the other Caribbean countries, but in Guyana, you go to the hospital, you literally have to wait about sometimes 5 to 6 hours before you can speak to someone. And that in itself is an entire deterrent, because they see you based on like a priority basis on whose issues are more urgent, and they don't necessarily treat that as something that is like urgent. So I think that ensuring that we have these services available at the level of the community might help persons to feel more comfortable, safer, trust. It's cheaper. I mean, like a big thing, communication and
Thank
mutual
you.
respect. That was the last point.
Thank you very much. That last group, yes?
Well, we just keep it brief. We struggled to find recommendations, and that's because I think we all came to it from a perspective of the context in which we are, which is Jamaica. Most of us, except I think one member of our 2 members of our team are from Jamaica. And so we struggled with standalone services as opposed to integrated services. And we really couldn't determine which was the best model, because we really had challenges with standalone services really not providing as much access, particularly in rural areas. And I'm from Montego Bay, and I'm always the one speaking out for services in the rural areas of Jamaica, right? We also struggled with who was the best person to provide services to adolescents. Do we ask people to volunteer and say, yes, if this is your passion, then let's move forward? And then other members of our team thought that was not a good idea, because not because you're willing doesn't make you able or best suited to do the job. So, you know, we had some very, very fruitful discussions. However, we were challenged with coming up with what set of recommendations could really address the needs on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's not a problem to struggle. Out of the struggle, big things are born. So Adler, may we invite you? I know we're running a little bit over time, but I still hear the other group too, so we're not too bad.
Thank you, Sonia. All right, so this is not going to be very formal. There's no PowerPoint presentation or anything like that. But given what was on the agenda today, and given the very powerful presentations made, all 3 are really, really good. I felt really compelled to share the Guyana experience addressing the adolescent standards. And perhaps I can pedal a little bit and touch on the issue of the model. I can backpedal a little bit and speak to the issue of the model and which may be best. In the Guyana experience, many, many years ago in 1998, UNFP had introduced the standalone model in Guyana. And so that's what was being pursued. Guyana has since shifted, and we've gone in the direction of doing integrated services delivery in the health centers. However, even though we're speaking about integrated services delivery, we've recognized the need for, the importance of having dedicated spaces within those healthcare facilities for adolescents, and setting aside like dedicated days, specific adolescent health days. So that's the way it's being approached. Guyana continues to struggle with the issue of adolescent pregnancy. We still have the highest levels of adolescent pregnancy in the English-speaking Caribbean. And of course, this is a cause for concern for us. 3 years back, UNFPA sat down with the Ministry of Health, and in trying to figure out what alternative approaches we need to take, one of the things we did was to sit down and look at the stats on adolescent pregnancy in Guyana and drill it down by region. So yes, we know nationally, Guyana has the highest in the English-speaking Caribbean, but if we're to look region by region in the country, which regions have the highest? And we were able to pinpoint 4. Regions 1, 7, 8, and 9, with region 1 and 9 being the ones at the top of the list. And so we thought we would craft a project that would focus on specifically targeting these 2 regions. What was unique about this as well is the fact that these are hinterland regions, rural regions, regions that are already in the best of circumstances, in the best of times, under-resourced. These are also regions that have indigenous populations. That's something that we had not particularly targeted before in any really, really strong way prior. And so we thought we'll take on this challenge of doing that. And so we started that intervention. And as part of that intervention, one of the things we recognized that we needed to address is the issue of standards. And so we did take note of the WHO global standards, adolescent standards. And so there were particular activities geared at adapting that to the local context in Guyana. So we went through this exhaustive process of desk reviews, forming a technical working group, trying to have the global standards adapted to the local realities, applying certain clear criteria, doing field testing and validation of the standards. And then as part of the whole process as well, we recognize the importance of looking at, just as Dr. Cafe shared, looking at the accompanying tools, the monitoring tools, which addresses the views of adolescent users, the views of healthcare providers, but also how they're performing. Facility managers, doing facility observations as well. So we had these extensive missions out to these regions where we go through all these observations. We apply interviews, focus groups, discussions, all of that to allow us to get a good sense of what was happening on the ground and to put in place certain mechanisms for improving services delivery. We do intend to have all of this written up. And hopefully put in a publication format that we can share with stakeholders. And we do hope maybe next year to come back and do a proper presentation on this, our experiences on this. One key thing that came out for us, and we had lots of discussions with the adolescent health unit within the Ministry of Health on this, is that when we looked at the standards, for us, it was clear as night and day that the standards, if you pay enough attention, the standards really could be the bedrock, it could be the frame for the actual strategic plan, strategy of the adolescent health unit within the Ministry of Health. It's clear cut. It just requires sitting down and adapting it to the framework within the ministry to guide programming, to guide monitoring and evaluation. So we've had those kinds of discussions with the Ministry of Health, and we are working on trying to move that forward. 2 other quick points I want to make. In the presentations, there were some points that resonated with me. One that spoke to the fact that training alone can change attitudes. That's exactly what we experience. There is the need for effective supervision. There is the need for group problem solving. There is the need for motivation. And so some of the things we looked at while trying to address the adaptation of the standards was team building around the standards. When doing work at the level of healthcare facilities, the facilities that we were using as pilot facilities, bringing together all the healthcare workers as a group in small batches, and actually working them through the standards, getting them to understand what the standards are, having them verbalize for us how they see the standards, how they could adopt it to their work, having them work as a group in developing improvement plans for their facilities, not us developing it, they're developing it, and letting them be the center of determining how they're going to monitor progress. We saw those as some of the things that could be done to enhance motivation, to enhance group problem solving, as well as effective supervision. The last point, there was another point made about the fact that sometimes healthcare workers can see themselves as being a power odd to themselves. That's something that has resonated with us as well when based on the experiences we've had on the ground. And so it has required thinking about how best you can work through that with healthcare workers. And based on our experience, we found that it really requires a whole of community approach. And because of that, under the interventions that we had in regions 1 and 9, what we did was focus on having investments in training and sensitizations, not just with healthcare workers, but also with teachers, parents, community leaders, faith-based leaders, and the traditional leaders, the indigenous leaders, as a way of supporting greater awareness and understanding of adolescent sexual and reproductive health issues and how the whole of community can support that process of addressing those needs. So I'm going to leave it at that. That's what I wanted to share.
Thank you very much, Adler. A very practical experience. So it has to be okay, my dear. And then you get the final.
Sorry for being late, everybody. The only thing I wanted to add is that a lot of the times we focus on prevention and how we can prevent pregnancy, encourage safe sex and all these things. And that's very, very important. But we have to realize that sometimes it doesn't happen. But what can we do in the event that someone has unprotected sex and they still want to prevent a pregnancy? A lot of the times, emergency contraception is not something that is pushed or not something that is talked about. Adla was even telling me in Antigua, you can't just get emergency contraception over the counter just like that. And I think that's a service, that's a disservice to people. Actually, nobody actually discusses what means and measures you can put in place if something already happens. And even pharmacists, if you go to a pharmacy in Jamaica, as a man, I cannot buy emergency contraception. It has to be sold to a woman only. There's so many misconceptions regarding emergency contraception. If you speak to people, they will tell you, I don't want to perform an abortion, because that's the notion. That's the thing they have in their mind when it comes to something like this. It's just something to think about and something to add when we're discussing with sexual and reproductive health and rights with these adolescents, that, hey, you have an option. You don't have to go through an actual abortion. There's something that you can do on your own before seeking actual medical attention.
Thanks. So just to say that I think it should be routine for healthcare providers when they're discussing contraception to discuss all aspects of contraception, including emergency contraception, and empower the young people, because if they know, oops, this happened tonight, and they head to the pharmacy tomorrow morning, then they can get it. I have to check and see if that's truly accurate about men not being able to buy it, or if that's just a particular set of pharmacists issue, because I don't see why they can't. And so what some physicians do, and I've done in the past, is to make it easier. You write the prescription for the emergency contraceptive, and then anybody can go and fill it. So if you, the 17-year-old girl, feels cute to go and fill it because of whatever, your partner can then carry the prescription and fill it. So there are options. Anyway, we are out of time. So thank you so much for being a participatory group. And Yeah, I think it was a very useful event and I've written down the suggestions, so I will share it with you later, Sonia. Have a great afternoon, guys.
Then I met a real-life researcher. And she seemed pretty normal. I was still nervous though, and so were my mum and dad. All these questions were buzzing around my head. But she told us we could ask her anything. Searched him if I had problems, and that I could leave at any point and no one would be angry with me.
just checking if we have Lisa online. I can't remember all the names, but I know Lisa and Gigi. Are you guys online and hearing us? If you could, if all the persons participating on the panel, yeah, there's Lisa. If you could just put a note in the chat so that we could give you access to unmute and join us. Participants. You can just bring up the participant list for me. Okay, I'm not seeing all of the names. I see Gianna. Hi, how are you? Is Lisa on? Is she the person that's labeled as RSC? I see Leanne, there is Lisa. Okay, all right, great. You guys can all hear us, yes?
Yes.
Oh, and we can hear you now. That's
Perfect.
always helpful. Okay, so I think some of the other sessions are running late. So just maybe give us 2 minutes so people can come across from coffee break. Okay?
Perfect.
All
Just
righty.
no, thank you.
We'll let you know. Okay, so those persons who are going to be with us for research, if you're more than 3 rows behind away from me, could you move up? Thank you. It's okay, Sonia. We haven't started yet. So, okay, so I think the majority of our panel is online and myself and Helen are here in person. So I think I will hand over to Lisa at this point and let her run with it. Okay.
Thank you so much. I would just like to start by saying thanks to all the organizers for asking us to be a part of this incredible event. It's such an impressive agenda and it's touching on so many critical areas of importance. And, you know, you can't really talk about health without talking about research. So our hope for today is to talk a little bit about research and why it's important to share the experience of participating in research and offering a voice to young people who choose to participate in research. I want to thank all my co-panelists and co-presenters today, and we'll get to introductions in just a moment. So very quickly, I'm going to provide a brief introduction and overview, and then we'll get right into the discussion, which will be moderated by Sarah, my colleague who's on as well. So with that, I'm going to start to share my screen. So give me just a moment here, please. Okay. So again, welcome to everyone who's here, and many thanks again to the organizers and my co-presenters. We're delighted to be a part of the Second Caribbean Congress on Adolescent and Youth Health, and we're delighted today to be spending the next 90 minutes with you talking about why adolescents and young people need to be included in research, because it's only fair. Very quick housekeeping. The opinions expressed belong to those of the presenters and don't necessarily represent positions of the institutions that we may be connected with. And as I said, in broad terms, what we'll be talking about in the next 90 minutes is the importance of including young people in research. And when I say young people, please know that I'm referring to people under the age of 18, and I might use the term adolescents or children or kids or pediatrics, but we're talking about people under the age of 18. So our objective for this 90-minute session, which will be conversational and interactive, is to talk about why we need to conduct research with children and adolescents. We can talk a little bit about the ways that young people are protected by participation in research. And we'll talk additionally about some of the ways that children and adolescents and the families who care for them can share their thoughts and opinions in shaping how research is developed and conducted. Very quickly, I'd like to tell you about the Multi-Regional Clinical Trial Center, the MRCT Center, which is where I work. And actually, I never introduced myself. My name is Lisa Koppelman, and I'm with the Multi-Regional Clinical Trial Center. We work on issues related to the conduct of clinical trials. We don't run clinical trials, but we function as a neutral convener with multi-stakeholder groups, focusing on issues that are defined by our stakeholders that impact the conduct of global clinical trials. Our aim is never to duplicate efforts, but to partner with those also involved in similar efforts. And we work to create and implement solutions to issues that are ethical, actionable, and practical. And our vision that oversees all of our work is to basically improve the integrity, the safety, and the rigor of global clinical trials. And you know, we throw the term research around a lot. So I just want to take a pause here and say, in very broad terms, the goal of research is to learn and to keep people safe. So you'll hear terms like clinical research, clinical trials, clinical studies. These are similar terms that basically describe how scientists, doctors, researchers learn about new things related to diagnosing, treating, and preventing disease. And I think most of us in this room at one point in our life or another have had a vaccine or taken some sort of a medication. And all these medicines and vaccines were tested on clinical research with people, and that includes children and adolescents. There are many, many different kinds of research. Some research involves testing new drugs or devices, perhaps treatments for people who might be unwell. Other research is done to improve existing treatments, maybe to figure out why someone is sick, or maybe to understand how to prevent someone from getting sick. Some research will compare two different types of treatments to see which one might work better. Sometimes research takes many forms. Sometimes it means going online to a virtual appointment. Sometimes it means filling out a questionnaire, talking to someone, going to a medical office. There are many different ways and forms that research takes. So I mentioned the MRCT Center, and several years ago, we decided to kick off a project. And we worked it in the way that we do all projects at the Multi-Regional Clinical Trial Center, which is looking at an issue that has regulatory issues, ethical issues, operational challenges, and figuring out, are there ways are there opportunities to figure out how to do this better? So we decided that promoting global clinical research in children was of utmost importance. I think we all agree that the health of a population really depends on the well-being of all its citizens, and that includes children and adolescents. So in that way, young people deserve access to medicines that are safe and effective, and they can't be safe and effective unless they're based on evidence, which is based on the science. And so all these things are only possible if young people are involved and included in research. And we know historically that there was sort of the feeling that children had to be protected because they're vulnerable. And we agree that children do need to be protected in ways that might be different from adults. But we believe that protecting children actually means including them in research, not excluding them. And as we go about learning and doing the work of clinical research, we acknowledge that there are a number of ethical challenges. There are rules that apply widely to research, whether with children or with adults, but sometimes these general principles are interpreted differently and they might be applied differently. So for example, you might hear terms like risk, benefit, things of that nature. What is an acceptable level of risk? Who is allowed to participate in research? I'll get to that in a moment when we talk about the regulatory space, but in some countries, research is not permitted in children. When we talk about ethics, and again, we'll get to more of this in the panel, but there are a lot of issues that are related to young people participating in research because in most countries, there's an age of legal consent, meaning at a certain age, and in many countries it's 18, but younger and older in others. When young people reach that age, they're allowed to take responsibility for themselves, meaning if they wanted to participate in a research study, once they become the age of an adult, they sign a consent form or they consent to participating. That's not so with young people. And so it raises a lot of questions about who's making decisions for children, for young people, how does it differ country to country where there are different norms, different values, different emphasis? Some countries are very collective oriented, very community oriented. Some countries are very individualistic. And those cultural differences impact how children and adults engage in that research process with assent and consent. I mentioned earlier, there are also regulatory challenges when we talk about conducting research in young people. Some countries have regulations that allow research with young people. Some countries don't have regulations, but they have guidance. Some countries do not permit research with children or adolescents at all. And in fact, some countries have laws that prohibit research with young people. As you can imagine, all those differences country to country and region to region can make conducting trials with young people very difficult. So what have we learned over the past many years? What we've learned in broad terms is that children and young people, adolescents, are actually healthier when they are engaged and participating in clinical research. There's a number of graphs, and the slides will be circulated and made available, but these demonstrate that children's outcomes are often better when they are allowed to participate in research. You'll see the bar graph on the left demonstrates that childhood cancer survival has improved substantially over the decades. And in fact, this can be correlated to participation in research. This next slide shows that older children and teens who have lower research participation have outcomes that are less positive for their overall health. And that's important to keep in mind because, again, like we said at the beginning, children and young people historically have been excluded from research. And one of our positions today is that to keep our young people healthy and to allow them access to medicines, they really need to be included in research. So one aspect of the work that we became very involved with at the Pediatrics Project at the MRCT Center was realizing that while the voice of patients and patient advocates has grown in the adult space, it hasn't necessarily tracked in the same way in the pediatric space. And what we realized through many discussions and many topic areas, that this is of critical importance. So later on in the panel, you'll hear from young people, and you'll hear from several people who are involved as researchers with young people. And you'll also hear from an individual who is involved in the ethical stance of approving research for young people. And what we know, and the research bears this out, is that the research enterprise is made stronger and the public trust is higher when we are able to gather the input of children, adolescents, and the family members who care for them. I'm just gonna move on to this. There's a very nice 3-minute video put on by the Nuffield Council for Bioethics that I'm gonna ask our tech organizers to show for you right now. And it explains in very accessible ways what different protections are in place that will help keep young people safe. And I think that's a valid concern and something that we want to make sure people understand very clearly, that when children are in research or research studies, their care and safety is of utmost importance. So with that, I'll turn it over to our tech support colleagues who will run that film for you. Thank you.
When I first heard the words medical research with young people, I kept imagining myself as a lab rat in a maze, being forced to do experiments by crazy-haired scientists. Then I met a real-life researcher, and she seemed pretty normal. I was still nervous though, and so were my mum and dad. All these questions were buzzing around my head. But she told us we could ask her anything. And she gave us some leaflets to read and some websites to look at, and they helped me understand a lot more. I learned that the point of research is to make better treatments. Researchers do this by collecting information from the types of people who use the treatments. They need to work with young people, not just adults, because our bodies are different, and we think differently. There are thousands of different research projects. Some take a day, some take years. Some are about the body, some are about the mind. Some are with healthy people, and some are with sick people. Researchers should explain what they're doing clearly, without using scientific language that goes above our heads, or without making us feel like little kids. Research ideas are always checked out by experts first. Some research is even designed with the help of children and young people. My mum and dad were concerned about the side effects that I might experience, or pain. I was more worried that I'd have to spend all my free time in the hospital and wouldn't be able to see my friends. The researcher asked if there was anything in my life that I didn't want to be affected, so we agreed that my Saturdays would be kept free so I could see my friends. If me and my parents disagreed about whether I should do the research, it'd be horrible, like being controlled inside a computer game. I know my parents want what's best for me, but I'd like them to listen to how I feel. The researcher said if we disagreed, we should talk it through with her, and they'd listen to me. They said if I was an adult, I'd be able to make the decision by myself, but till then, we'd need to do it together. I was scared that if I started the research and then didn't like it, I wouldn't be able to stop, like a roller coaster that starts off slow and then gets faster and faster. But she told me I could always speak to the research team if I had problems, and that I could leave at any point and no one would be angry with me. She said that after the research, they'd send me some information about the results. It was important for me to know that if I did take part, I'd find out what the research had actually done. It's a big decision, so I wrote a list with all the reasons to do it, and all the reasons not to. The main thing for me was that if the research went well, it could help lots of other young people in the future, but I was still worried about not being able to see my friends so much. In the end, I talked it through with my parents and the researcher. Discussing it with them helped me make the right decision for me.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Lisa.
No, that's perfect. Before I hand it over to you, I just wanted to pull up my slides again to show our attendees the wonderful people who are included on the panel. And I am then going to happily hand it over to you. So we see half of our panel here and the other here. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I will turn it over to Sarah. And many thanks for this opportunity to introduce this, to kick off this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm so excited of being part of this Congress. Thank you very much for joining us in this discussion on the inclusion of adolescents and youth in research. Well, I'm Sara Carracedo. I'm a lawyer and a bioethicist, and today I'm delighted to be moderating this wonderful panel, It's Only Fair, including adolescents and youth in research. Please feel free to ask any question or make any comment. For those who are in person, I know there is a mic you can use. Also, Abigail and Helen, who are in live with you, can help us in collecting your comments. And I don't know if there is people in the Zoom session, but if you are, please use the Q&A function or the chat to make your questions. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is to introduce our panelists, but I'm not going to introduce them, but I will give 1 minute to each one of them so they can tell us more about themselves and why they are here in this panel today. So I don't know who wants to start, maybe Kaylee?
So, hi, my name is Kaylee. I'm 17 years old. I am the president of the Georgia chapter, and so sorry about that. Okay, I'm still there.
You're good.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Start over. My name is Kaylee. I'm 17 years old. I am the president of the Georgia chapter, I Can, and I go to high school. I'm in 11th grade. So a little bit about me is I love school. I'm really dedicated to school. My dreams and ambition is to be a brain surgeon. I don't know for pediatrics or not. I'm working on it. And I'm just really excited to be here. I love healthcare. And I just really love learning. I love helping children who are younger than me and just making them feel like they have a voice. You know, it doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are, you know, you still matter. Yeah.
Thank you, Kaylee. Gigi?
You're welcome.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gigi McMillan. I am a bioethicist. So that means I study and I help others learn about how to make ethical decisions, make good decisions about healthcare and biomedical research. I'm the parent of a brain tumor survivor, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. And that was 25 years ago when my child had cancer, and that's what introduced me to the world of research in children. And when I learned that it was very important to do the right kinds of research and to do this research correctly, that got me involved in patient advocacy, research advocacy, and now, you know, I'm a doctorate in bioethics. I teach at a university. I work for the FDA and for the government on advising them about how to do safe research in children. And I look forward to telling you more about my son later.
Thank you, Gigi. Leanne?
Hi, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I got a weird message on my screen. Hi, I'm Leanne West, and I am the president of a nonprofit called the International Children's Advisory Network, or ICANN. And Kaylee is the president of our local chapter in Georgia. And ICANN exists to give youth and their families, parents, a chance to voice what they're thinking in healthcare. We really feel like they're the experts. And so we give them speaking opportunities to industry or to researchers or at conferences or regulatory agencies like the FDA. We welcome every child from anywhere to be a part of ICANN. We have 38 chapters around the world. And what we see is that you can come to us before you start research so that our youth can let you know what's going to work for them and what doesn't work for them. So you can better recruit kids, and also they'll understand better what the trial is going to be, so you can keep them in the trial longer.
Thank you, Leanne. Lisa, I know you already introduced yourself, but maybe you want to add something else?
Sure, I'll just quickly say that I've been working in the public health space for about 15 years, and in the last many years really focused on issues related to young people. But prior to public health, I worked as a clinical social worker for about 20 or 25 years, always working with kids and family. And I think that I've done many other things in my life, but the thread of interest and importance has always been some aspect of the health of young people. And so to have this opportunity working at the MRCT Center, I've had the opportunity to work with Dr. McMillan, to work with Leanne West, to work with colleagues from PAHO, to work with so many different people. We work with so many different stakeholders from around the world. And to me, being here today, talking at this Congress with young people, with the focus on young people, is just incredible. And I'm so delighted to hear all the different perspectives that are being reflected here. So thanks for that additional moment.
Thank you, Lisa. Helen, you're there, but probably you can tell us something about yourself.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Professor Helen Trotman Edwards. I am a pediatrician and neonatologist, and I'm also here in my capacity as the chair of the Mona Campus Research Ethics Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Abigail?
Me next?
Yes.
Remember, there are two Abigails, so I wasn't sure. So I'm Abigail Harrison. I'm a pediatrician and an adolescent medicine physician. And for the purpose of this panel, I'm here as someone who does research with young people, albeit not clinical trials, but certainly other types of research with young people.
Thank you so much for those brief presentations. I am aware that we have another Abigail, but maybe she is not here yet. So if she joined, then I will introduce her. So to start, Lisa already made this great introduction about why research with adolescents and youth matters, and why we need to advocate for their inclusion in health-related research. Let me, however, start this discussion by asking the panel, why should we conduct health research with young people? Why is this important? So anyone who wants to say something, just jump in.
Okay, well, the reason why I think that it's important is because I have 2 liver transplants. So I'm really glad that they invited me to be part of the program and take part of clinical trials, because at one point I was in a clinical trial to be removed off the medication. It didn't, unfortunately, it didn't work, but it's okay. But when I was in the clinical trial, I was young, and they were like, okay. At first I thought they were going to be like, yeah, you're just a kid. We're not really going to talk to you about it. It's just going to be about your parents. But I was really surprised. They're like, hey, do you know what's going on? Like, you know what you're going to do. You know what's going to happen. You know what the point of this is. And they were talking to me about it. And I was like, oh my goodness. Like, okay, yeah, I know. I'm okay with this. And so then it was really important to me that I was involved, because now that I'm older and I understand more, I realize how much they're pouring into me to make me who I am now, and to understand what a clinical trial is more further in depth. And I really like it because it helped me a lot, and it helped me feel like I was understood, that I'm not just a girl who had 2 liver transplants. I'm a girl whose name is Kaylee, who had a transplant, but that's not keeping her in this small little circle. So I think it's really important for children to be involved in that, so they could feel heard, especially children who are unfortunately in an illness or have a diagnosis like mine. So that's why I think it's important.
Thank you, Kaylee.
I have a personal story I could tell. A long time ago, one of my children was 5 years old. His name is Ben. And imagine the cutest little boy you ever saw with big fat cheeks. And he was a little bit mischievous and he had a funny giggle and he liked to run around in his underwear and, cause all kinds of trouble. The perfect little 5-year-old boy. And he was diagnosed with a brain tumor and it was malignant cancer. So here's my perfect child, but he has this horrible thing growing in his head. And they told us, they said, look, we can cure this. And the cure is to do a whole brain radiation and that will cure him. I said, that's great. They said, the problem is radiation damages young brain cells. So it's going to cure him from his cancer, but his brain will be so damaged that he can't read very well and he can't do math very well and he might not be able to hold a job. So here I was as a parent trying to decide, well, there's no decision, right? He has a brain tumor, this is the treatment, that's what we have to do. And then they said, but there is a research study that you might want to think about for your child. And the research was to do less radiation, but add a new drug that had never been used before in children. They had seen that when adults took the drug, it helped the brain tumors get smaller. So they thought, okay, for this bad kind of brain cancer that your son has, we still have to do radiation, but we're going to do less radiation and add this new drug. And so that was the study that my son was in. Half the little boys had the whole brain radiation, which is the treatment that was usually given, and half of the little boys had lower dose radiation with this new drug. That was the study. They found out that lower radiation with the drug still saved the lives of the boys and did less brain damage. So that's great, right? We research helped my son that cured his cancer and he had less brain damage. But guess what? They also found out that this new drug took away the hearing of young children. They didn't know that before because when they gave that drug to adults, it didn't take their hearing. It only damaged the hearing of very young children. So what they learned when my son was the first one in this study is, yes, we can use lower dose radiation if we use this drug, but this new drug takes the hearing of the young people. So do I complain about this? My son has a better quality of life. In fact, later on, he had hearing aids and he has a cochlear implant. And so we've done things to help his hearing. But see, science didn't stop with my son. The next time they did this research study, they gave lower dose radiation, they gave the new drug, but then they added some extra drugs to protect the hearing, right? So each step of the way with research, they learned more so they could make the treatment better. In the end, like right now, so my son, he's 32 years old now, right? He still has big fat cheeks, but he shaves them, okay? He lost most of his hearing from that drug, but he has a cochlear implant. He used to have hearing aids. He has a high quality of life. Now, if we look back to 25 years ago when he had this treatment, if the goal of research was just to live, then there'd be no reason to do the study. But the goal of the research was to improve his quality of life. So that's why we did the research study. It was to still have a cure for his cancer, but improve his quality of life. And he has a good quality of life now. So now when young 5-year-old boys with their fat cheeks and their little underwear, circuits in the living room, if they have his brain cancer, they go to this new treatment, right? That my son helped the doctors learn about so that the future generations of patients, the patients that came after him, could have a better quality of life. that is the reason why children need to be involved in research, is to work on quality of life issues that will help the future generations of children.
Thank you, Gigi, for that story. Anyone else wants to say something about this question? Why should we conduct health research with young people?
I'll add that I think it's really important to add young people because, again, they're not just smaller adults, right? So they are different, just like Gigi's son, you know, where the drug didn't do anything to the adults, but it damaged the hearing of the young people. It's really important to consider them and make things that are appropriate for them and give them, you know, that opportunity to help the next kid who comes along. It's also important to include them because it can often help the child who's going through the treatment. So it's really important that they be considered throughout the entire process, from the very beginning of what you're going to do in your clinical trial, all the way through you executing it.
Thank you, Leon. Now, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt this first question, but now I can see that Abigail is with us. Hi, how are you? Maybe you want to introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. You want to introduce yourself to know a little bit more about you?
I'm Abigail Chambers. I have sickle cell disease, so I'm on the extend study, which gives mostly children who have sickle cell. They give us a drug called hydroxyurea, as well as folic acid, to suppress all the symptoms that come with having sickle cell disease.
Thank you, Abigail, for joining us today. So we were talking about why should we conduct health research for young people. So I just taking back something Lisa said in her presentation. It seems that many people might think that if we want to protect young children or young people, we shouldn't allow their participation in research because, I don't know, research is probably too risky or whatever. However, you all agree that protection is not a synonym of exclusion. And if we do not include young people in research, we are depriving them from these research benefits, as for example, safe and effective medicines or a new treatment that can save their lives. So I just want to stress that idea. And maybe some of you can explain us that better. And in other words, how does the world will look like if we just exclude young people from research? Anyone?
Well, I would say that, as was mentioned before, just because children are smaller doesn't mean that they are little adults, right? So for example, I'll go back to my son. Whole brain radiation kills fast growing cells. That's why we use radiation in cancer. Cancer is a fast growing cell. So if radiation kills fast growing cells and cancer is a fast growing cell, we use radiation to kill cancer cells. When you do radiation on an adult brain, there are some side effects, but they're not really bad. Why is that? It's because an adult brain is already full grown and those cells are not growing very fast. But in a young brain, like 4 years old or 5 years old, those brain cells are growing very fast. They're growing almost as fast as cancer. So if you radiate a young brain, there's a lot more damage. So that's the difference where, yes, an adult has a brain cell, same as a child has a brain cell, but those brain cells grow at a different rate. And so they are affected by the same treatment differently. Radiation is much harder on a young brain cell than it is on an adult brain cell. And so you can't just come up with a cure for adult brain cancer and say, well, we haven't tested it on children because we want to protect them, but we've come up with a great cure for these adults. Let's just use the same cure on young children. It doesn't translate. And so that is an example of it is not safe to keep children out of research. They have a different set of body functions. They respond differently to drugs and other treatments. And we have to learn what is the safe way to give them these treatments. The only way to learn this is to involve them in research. I think that we haven't talked about it, but of course, a young child doesn't get to make that decision. The parents make that decision for them, right? But the older the child is, the more say that they have, the more weight their opinion has in the decision to be part of research.
Thank you, Gigi. Someone else wants to say something about that? What will happen if we just exclude forever young people from research?
So
I feel like,
go ahead, Kaylee.
okay, thank you. I feel like if we exclude children from research programs or just anything that is in medicine, I feel like we would misunderstood everything, because even as an adult, for unfortunately people who do have autism or those type of diseases, their mindset, their brain, their nervous system is almost like a child. They act like a child because of their brain didn't grow a certain way, or maybe they're missing something in their brain. If we can compare that, if their brain is in the shape of a 2-year-old and we test it on a 2-year-old, and we can see how can we help them and how can they help the kid. And it's like, I don't want to say that a adult body is more complex than a child's body. I feel like a child's body is more complex than an adult's body, because if a kid hits their arm a certain way, their arm is going to grow different than a kid who didn't hit their arm a certain way. It's so different, and it's so much more research and so much more time. And it's like, oh my goodness, this kid affects this way because this happened yesterday to them, but this kid didn't do that yesterday, and that's what that happens. And it's just so interesting on how the mind, the body, the nervous system, the lungs, the brain, the heart, all that stuff reacts so differently because of just the fact that you're a kid and you're an adult. I feel like if it was just, only adults can do this, I don't think we would have the medication we have now. I really do not feel like we would have all the medications and all the technology we have now without having some type of child involvement or young adult involvement. That's how I feel that children should be 100% involved, or young adult 100% involved in clinical trials or anything in medical.
Thank you, Kaylee. Leanne, you want to say something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that, the kids are the experts at their disease. They're the ones who live with it day in and day out. They're the ones who live with the treatments day in and day out. And while we were all once their age, we can't really remember anymore what exactly it's like to be them and dealing with everything they're dealing with. And so, you're making something for them. You ought to take advice from them. You ought to listen to them and use their expertise to make whatever you're doing better for all the kids that you're trying to do this research for.
Thank you. Lisa? I'm sorry, Abigail. You go first then. Sorry, Lisa.
I just wanted to add to what Ms. West was saying. If you're making something for children, you'd need to get their opinion on what you're making, because it's for them. Sometimes you might make a study, and in your mind or in people who think the same way as you do, it's fine, it's great, but for a child it might be overwhelming, or maybe not even helpful to them as you think that it might be. So it's really good to have a child's opinion, or whoever's opinion it is that you're creating something for.
Thank you. Lisa?
I certainly think this conversation is going to go back to what Abigail just said. But I just wanted to hop back to, we've been talking about why it's important to have young people represented in medical research and trials. And I can't help but think how all of us have been impacted with COVID-19. And we think back 2 years, and the vaccine trials for young people was so much more delayed than with adults. And we look at the impact that had on children and young people in terms of families where the adults maybe were vaccinated and the kids weren't, and how terribly difficult it was for young people to not be able to go to school in person, and how if, you know, the timing of trials had been such that children were sort of invited to the party right when it started, that might have lessened the really, really rough impacts that COVID had on kids. I mean, we're not just talking about the physical health, but the emotional impacts of not being with friends and not being in school. And Zoom, you know, Zoom is hard. Zoom school was not that much fun for kids. So I think that that's such a clear recent example. And that's not to say the vaccine trial enterprise was tremendous. I mean, how to stand up a vaccine trial that quickly and get vaccines out, unbelievable. But kids weren't invited in the beginning. The trials were much delayed. And I just think that that's a recent example of this whole thing that we're talking about.
Thank you. Helen, Abigail, over there, you want to add something else?
Hello? Yes? No, I just wanted to add from another perspective. So I do agree that children should be involved in research, because as we said, they are not little adults. But I think I just want to go back to say where this may have started from, because as you know, one of the 3 principles in terms of research, we look at respect for persons. And what that involves is that we recognize that persons have autonomy, and so they should be allowed to make, you know, to self-select, to make decisions. But on the other hand, we recognize that there are some people who have diminished autonomy. And under that respect for persons, we need to protect persons with diminished autonomy. As we would recognize with children, autonomy increases as you mature. So there are some children at, say, a 2-year-old or 1-year-old, the autonomy that child will have is different than an 8-year-old to a 15-year-old to a 16-year-old. So I think in the past, what persons would say is that children had diminished autonomy, and the way we would protect them is by not involving them in research. We have come to learn that that is not the way to protect them, because in so doing, as some of our panelists have explained, we do not recognize what are some of the side effects that can happen in children but don't happen in adults. So children are not small adults. So we do recognize that, yes, children must be involved. But in saying so, we also have to recognize that there are certain other things we have to look at when involving them. And as part of that is that the child really understands. So you give information in a way that they can understand. Now, when we say simplify the language, sometimes researchers think that means simplify what you're telling them. You know, cut out some of the things. And that's not it. They must get the same sort of information, the depth, the breadth of information, but in a language that they can understand. And so they get information that they can comprehend, and then a voluntary decision that I would like to. Now you'd recognize with children, and in our culture, the autonomy of children may not be as much as in other cultures. And we do recognize that until they reach 18, children from 8 to 17 can give assent, but their parents have to give informed consent also. And we do understand that this can be problematic because parents can have undue influence, even if they don't mean to, right? Parents can. So I think we have to recognize all of that, but in saying so, children must be a voice in what we are doing. So before we even, it would be nice, before you even start a research, if you can get the views of the children. So it's not a researcher deciding, well, this is what I need to research because this is what the children need, but rather going to them and getting their side, their view, and then develop your research to get whatever, sort of answers. So from our point of view, Research Ethics Committee, children have a voice, they belong there, but we, from our side, we also have to look at the risk-benefit ratio, and we also have to look to make sure that the benefits and burdens are shared equally, so they are not being used because of diminished autonomy, easy availability. A lot of our researchers like to go into the schools because it's so easy. I can walk into a school, I can get everything done. These are some of the things we have to really look at. But we are here to say that we agree children must be part of research and have a voice in research. Thank you.
If I can just jump in, just because the point was just raised in terms of undue influence, and there's always the challenge from the researcher's point of view of re-asking the young person in terms of their assent. So there's always this hesitance, when you're going to explain everything to them again. So you have given them the form, the assent form, but now you want to really make sure that they understand it. And so there always is this concern when you let them know, even if your mom or dad or your caregiver has signed for this, you don't have to do it, because then, you see your N decreasing very quickly if they decide, okay, so I don't have to do this. Okay, I won't do it. But it's important for us to explain it very carefully that they have that right to make that decision. And in our culture, some of them may not realize that they have that right to say no when their parents have said yes. But at the same time, we don't want to make it too easy so that they opt to do that. But I liked the video where the young girl was sitting down and looking at the pros and the cons and taking time to sort of think it through and make sure that, yes, the pros outweighed the cons to press on. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I would
Leanne?
like to just add one more thing. It was brought up about what matters to the young person when you're doing the research. And it just reminded me of a story that there's a boy participating in a clinical trial, and the feedback he gave afterwards was, you asked me every day, could I walk 10 minutes? And that was what seemed to be important to the researchers. He's like, but for my quality of life, I don't care as much about that. I want my fingers to work when I work on my computer and play my computer games and interact with my friends online. And so just knowing what's important to that child, what you're really trying to solve, is something that's really important as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. So we now know the importance of conducted research with minors. And now we're moving to how do we ensure that we are conducting ethical research? And one crucial aspect to conduct ethical research is consent. And as many of you have said, this voluntary decision of anyone to agree to participate in research. But how does consent look like when we are talking about minors, about children, adolescents that cannot legally decide by themselves? And I would like to explore this question, maybe asking Kaylee or Abigail about their experience in this consent-assent process when they decide to join a trial.
Okay, so for me, this was around the time when my disease got really bad. Like, I have a lot of pain crises, and it always hit me really bad when it's time to have fun in the holidays. It hits me like, haha, no, you can't have fun. You thought. And I'm always in the hospital, and I get chest pains really bad, can't breathe, can't move. And it was around the time where I was really experiencing paralysis. And I think a nurse spoke to my mommy and was saying, hey, there's a program for children like Abby. They give you a drug and it's supposed to help with XYZ. And then I went onto the program, and everyone that helps with the study is really nice. They make sure to understand what's happening before they go through with it. And like I said, at the time I was like really small. So I used to be scared of like needles because I have to do blood tests and make sure that the medicine is working how it's supposed to, because each individual is different. So we need to test it on every individual. So yeah, because everyone was really nice. I was getting the rundown through everything. My pain stopped. Yay. So for me, the program was not only a big relief, like for then, present, and for future, but it was also a comfortable space because I'm with people who I know have my best interest at heart, and people who seem to not only care about just the profession, but also they care about the individual. They care about your well-being. So yeah, it was it is really fun.
Thank you. Kaylee, you want to add something?
Yeah, of course. So when I was in clinical trials, I remember that like the whole signing progress and making sure that I understood what was going on, that I was fully aware that I would be here 3 times a week or maybe 5 times a week, or they would randomly call me and say, hey, we need you to come here tomorrow morning at like 6 in the morning and come do this lab real quick. And so then when I was signing the papers, they gave me my own set of papers, this big stack, and was like, Kaylee, we need you to read this and answer like 5-10 questions and tell me what you think and let me know when you get done. And I was like, oh my goodness. Okay. So I read it, whatever. And they asked me, and they said, well, do you understand any of it? And I was like, yeah, I understand some of it. And they're like, okay, well, explain to me what you understand so we can explain to you what you don't understand. And I was like, okay. So I told them what I understood. And they're like, yeah, you missed this. And then we talked about it and we explained it. And then my mom talked to me about it. She was like, Kaylee, are you okay with this? Like, do you really know what you're doing? And I was like, yeah, I do. And so then because I'm still a minor, and they're like, okay, you can sign this one form, but we can't let you do this without your mom signing like, yes, I give my child consent to do this. And at first they were hesitant at first. Every parent is scared to see their child go through another thing and go through some more medication, and always have that doubt of mine that my child might not be okay, or something might actually affect her. And so I had to encourage them, like, I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be okay. But the signing part was really good. They were really talkative, and they were like always making sure that I knew, even after. That's what I really liked, was even after the fact that I already signed the papers and I was already committed to doing it, they would still make sure, Kaylee, you know what's going on, right? You know what we're doing, the end goal, like, what's going on. So I felt that like that was really important for them to constantly keep telling me, do you remember all the stuff that you signed? So yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Sarah, can I point out that
yes,
a really good thing that Kaylee and Abigail have mentioned in their experience was that the adults took time to talk to them. That so many kids that I've worked with have said, yeah, I'm in the room, but the doctors never look at me. They only look at my parents when they have the conversation. But what Kaylee and Abigail are saying is that the researchers, the physicians, spoke to them. And that sincere and meaningful communication sounds to me like what made their experiences so good.
Yes, and even now, even though we're not in the whole signing process, even now when I go for my checkups, which is every 3 months, or if they need to, it would be every 2 months. Even now, they don't ask my mommy, they ask me, hi, so how have you been these few months? Are there any pains, whatever? They don't ask my mommy how I'm feeling because it's me. Unless, of course, I'm like, mommy, and then they will start asking her, because sometimes I just don't answer because mommy knows, so I can't mommy answer. But I feel like it's great that they focus on the person who's actually in the study. I feel like it's great that they're making sure that the person who is in the study still wants to be in the study and is still experiencing the profits from the study.
And to like pick up on what she said about like because now that I'm older, I have a like teen clinic and teen stuff. So my mom, like she's there, but they're like, you're the mom, okay, she's old now. We got it. Like we need you here, but we don't really need you here. And so they're like, okay, Kaylee, like, do you know what medication you're on? Do you know what's going on? Like, tell me about your life. Tell me about your school life. Are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine. And they're like, okay, so tell me your medicine. Tell me the last time you took your medicine. Do you know how many you take? Do you know how many milligrams you take? Do you know where to get your medicine from? Do you know how to get it when it's a case of emergency? Do you have my phone number? Do you know the hospital's phone number? I really like the fact that they're like, okay, yeah, we notice a parent. Okay, you can go sit in your little corner. We'll give you a magazine. We're gonna go talk to the kid now. This is about her now. It's just like, it's really great because it makes me feel like I'm understood, that they want me to be there and I want to be there. It makes me feel wanted.
And Kaylee, do you see how respectful they're being of you?
Yes.
They're asking you to be responsible for certain pieces of information that are important to your participation in the study. So it's not condescending at all. They're treating you as a responsible person, a responsible participant, which is the way it's supposed to be.
I really do love it because as you get older, you want to do things on your own. You're like, man, I want to do everything on my own. So I'm learning, getting there. So I really like it. It's really fun.
And I just just wanted to add, sorry, that really, these are such nice examples of going back to Helen's point that, respect for persons and autonomy. The autonomy of a 1-year-old is not the same as that of an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old. And we're hearing those examples of how it shifts and changes over time, and how consent or assent is not a one and done signature. It's a conversation. It's built into a relationship, and it's ongoing, and it shifts over time. And what nice examples you both have shared with that. So I just wanted to thank them for that.
Thank you. This is great. This shows us how this meaningful process of consent and assent empowers participants and make them feel part of research. So I haven't had the chance to ask if anyone in the audience have participated in research. Maybe if we have someone, he or she might share their experience with us. I don't know if there is someone, but anyway, we can still continue with other questions that I have here. We were talking about consent, assent, and I was thinking, right, what's the role of the parents? And Gigi, probably you here can have a lot to say.
Well, I think, first of all, it's hard sometimes for a parent to make this decision for their child, because they're our child and we love them and we don't want to put them at any risk. And we always are saying to our head, if only we were the ones who were sick, and then I would be happy to make all these decisions. But it's your child who's sick. So here's the thing. There are certain situations where the parent is going to make the decision, but the child gets to share their opinion. So this is a situation where the research study is going to have a meaningful effect on the child's life, right? If it's a study that has life-saving qualities, the parent's going to decide, but the child should share their opinion. And in order for a child to share their opinion, they have to have received information in a way that they can understand. So you would give different kinds of information to a 5-year-old. Like my son, we told him, look, it's this thing in your head, it's kind of like a marble, and they want to give you some strong medicine to make it grow smaller, and then they're going to do an operation and take it out. But if he was 12 years old, we would say, you have a tumor, and a tumor is a clump of cells, and this radiation makes it smaller, and then you have a surgery to take it out. Whereas if he was a 17-year-old, we might almost give him the exact same information that's in the consent form. So if the parent is deciding, it's still the parent's responsibility to make sure that their child has enough information and has information in a way that they can understand it and share their opinion. That's one scenario. The other scenario is where it's a research study that is minimal risk, that it's not going to affect the child's life. And in this case, the child decides if he wants to do it or she wants to do it, and the parent can give their opinion, right? So this is a research study that's not dangerous. Maybe it's measuring, I don't know, how many apples a day you should eat or something like that. The child can decide if they want to be in it, and the parent gives their opinion, right? And then there's the situations where the two have to decide together. And in this case, I would say it's a teenager. It's a 15, 16, 17-year-old who's almost of consent level. But they're so close to being an adult that there needs to be a respectful exchange between the two of them with collaboration with their caregivers to make that final decision. So in every case, the parent is responsible for making sure their child has the information they need. In every case, the child is responsible for sharing their opinion.
Thank you. So one concern that probably adolescents or young people have is that what happens if my parents do not agree with me when it's time to decide? How can we solve that? Any thoughts on that? How actually occurs in practice? Or maybe Kaylee, Abigail, maybe you have a particular case in which you were not, you did not agree with your parents to some point?
Yes. There are always going to be times when you disagree with your parents. Their parents, you're not gonna always agree with them. Sometimes you want to have a little freedom as you grow older. When I was little, I always want to be next to my mommy. Yeah, but now that I'm older, sometimes I want to like some little space to make decisions for myself, to have my own routine, my own timeline, XYZ. But as it relates to the program, as I said, I take medication. So I have to take my medication after I eat. Now, I'm a foodie, yes, but I don't eat as often as or on time as I should. So let's say I have my breakfast. I eat it in my lunchtime. I don't have my medication at school. So when I come home, I need to take it, right? But by the time I come home, the breakfast is gone. The breakfast, lunch, the brunch is gone. And then when I come home, I don't feel like eating. I need to do my homework. And then that's something that my mommy will say, Abby, you know you need to take your medication. Eat now, do your homework later. Right? And that's like something we always say, but mommy, I can do it later. It's the same effect. The medication will work. It's okay. Right? But we always have that difficulty. And there are difficulties as well, but I use as an example. So then we have to find a common ground where we can say, okay, mommy is getting me to eat on time and I get to eat when I want to eat, right? So I'll come home and then I'll get only 30 minutes to do my homework, to do some of my homework, and then I come and I eat and then I go back. So it's like the common ground for us. So I'm still eating on time, still taking my medication on time, but I also get to do my homework. So that's killing what? 3 birds with 1 stone? Yeah. So it's a great exchange when you and your parent or you and whoever that is your guardian you and your guardian can have that common ground. You can agree on things even when you don't see eye to eye. You can compromise and allow the other to feel as if they are heard, even if it's your situation.
Thank you, Abigail. Kaylee, you want to say something?
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so like what she said was like the parents might stuff, disagreeing and agreeing, because and as you get older, you're like, I want to do my own thing. I want to go to my own appointments. I drive now. I kind of want to be solo. I want to do my own thing. And your parents like, yeah, we get it, but kind of iffy, kind of scary about it. I think you need me there. And so me and my parents, we kind of go back and forth on it about like, I can do it on my own. I don't really need you there all the time. But, of course I'll call you if I need you. But they come up with this thing where it's like, as long as you can tell me the major points and the major facts of what happened at your visit today, and like what you can really remember about what's really important. And they ask the doctors and say, is that what happened? And they say yes. It's like, okay, we're building trust where you can go by yourself because now we know that you know what you need to know and you can remember things without me being there. And we can let you do your own doctor's appointments and do your own things where you don't need me there. And so it's like a building, it's like a little baby steps. So yeah, I like it. I enjoy it. But we have our ups and downs and like the whole eating thing, what she says. I don't usually eat when I'm supposed to eat. So, we kind of have that back and forth type of thing. So yeah.
Thank you. So maybe in this case of disagreements, maybe Helen can tell us a little bit more about the role of research ethics committees in ensuring that decisions of adolescents and youth will be respected.
Okay, so I think what we have to look at is what type of research that's being done, because I would say differences in opinion. So we have clinical trials, right? There are clinical trials where the child who's maybe a potential study participant may have an illness that may or may not, and we have to remember that clinical trials, it doesn't necessarily mean that the child is going to get the trial drug, because we know that with randomized controlled trials, you have the placebo. So we have to take that into consideration. So a clinical trial where a child who has a specific illness is entering, that's a different thing if we are having differences in opinion, as opposed to maybe a survey, a focus group, that may be happening. I would say in something where it's just like a survey or focus group, really dialogue. The researchers have to speak to the parents. They have to speak to the adolescents, as we said. We have to give the information in a way that they can comprehend, right? If for a survey or so that despite that sort of trying to find that middle ground, trying to get the parents to understand or whatever, sometimes the researcher will just have to say, well, okay, this study participant is not, for this study, because you speak with the parents, you speak with the child, and if you cannot get that middle ground. Now, I think most parents in a situation like that, I'm not talking clinical trials now, I'm talking like a survey, qualitative, a focus group, whatever. Most times you would find that if you address the parents' concerns, because it's really about, okay, why as a parent, I do not want my child to be here, whereas my child may want to be. Once you just address those concerns, I think most times you can find a middle ground. I think the difficulty is with a clinical trial where a child, and it's, where a child may not want to be in it, but the parent, you still have to look at what is the underlying illness, right? And what are the potential benefits? And as Gigi said, at the end of the time, it's still the parent's responsibility that this child should get the best care possible, bearing in mind that it is a clinical trial. So I think we have to separate a child who may have an illness that may or may not be terminal. That is a totally different scenario from someone's doing a survey, looking at adolescents, asking them about certain questions or whatever. So I think we have to bear that in mind. And we also have to bear, if the child has a terminal illness, although an adolescent still has the right to self-determine up on, to the level that they can. So that still has to be taken into consideration. But I think it's a different scenario if it's a clinical trial, if it's a possible life-saving intervention, as opposed to if we just doing a survey or that sort of thing. But it's a difficult decision. And I think it has to be on a sort of one case-by-case basis. But as the ethics committee, we work with researchers to ensure that they are going to give the information, they're going to make sure there's understanding, and there's going to make sure that it's voluntary. So I will just give you an example. In our setting, right, we always have difficulty when the clinician is also the researcher, because a lot of times the clinician can have what we call therapeutic misconception. As a clinician, when I'm dealing one-on-one with a patient, my main goal is the ultimate good of that patient. As a researcher, my main goal is adding information to the fund of knowledge. Those are two different things. And it's always difficult when you have the clinician researcher, because a lot of times they get tied up and lost. And you know, that's why we don't have the clinician doing the informed consent, because I may be putting my views to the patient. There is also a power relationship between a patient and a physician. If the patient has been with me a long time, I've had patients say, "Oh, Dr. Trotman, I will do anything for you." I don't need that, because I am not here as a clinician. I'm here as a researcher. So I need my patient to understand the research and make a voluntary decision. So I think, you know, there are a lot of nuances. I think when the clinician is a researcher, we have to be very careful. And as the research ethics committee, that's what we look at. We look at who is going, and remember, it's the informed consent is a process. It is not a one-time thing. Sign this form, you're good to go. It is a process, and it must be ongoing. And in studies, clinical trials, which happen over a long period of time, you really should re-consent, you know, at specific times to make sure, even if the child said at the beginning, I want to do it, do you still want to be, you know, part of it? So I would say from the research ethics committee, we look at the informed consent process, who is doing it, where it's being done, how it's being done, right? Because again, group consent is something that we don't, you know, you're going to a school, you're in the classroom, and we're doing consent, right? A lot of adolescents may feel, you know, if this group is doing it and I'm part of that group, let me just do it. So we really do look at that informed consent process. We really do look at, are we speaking to the parents? So it's not a matter of I've spoken to the child in class and send home a form to the parent. So I mean, I think it comes down to communication, to dialogue, to really speaking to both the adolescent and the parent. If we have divergent views, trying to find a middle ground. Why is the parent saying no? Why is the adolescent saying no? Can we deal with whatever possible fears or whatever, come to a middle ground? But sometimes we just have to realize that if we can't come to that middle ground, maybe this is not research that this person can take part of. But I think communication, dialogue, and as I said, it's a process. So it may take many meetings with the parents and the child before you come to actually signing that informed consent.
Thank you, Helen. I think it's very clear that informed consent is a process, not just one, the sign, no, the sign of a form. So we are running out of time. We should have like part 2, part 3, because there are so many questions and so many topics here. But just some final questions and some final thoughts on engagement, right? We have stressed the importance of conducted research. We have talked about how ethical research is carried out. So one crucial aspect is how do we engage young people in research? And I have a question here, and probably you all can talk about it a little bit. So if children and their parents decide to participate in research, how do we ensure that their voices and the voices of their families will be heard since the early stages of research activities, during the research and until its conclusion? So who wants to say something about this first?
I can say a little something. So, taking a look at including the kids from the very, very beginning. So even before you start your clinical trial, even before you start your research, you could come to an organization like ICANN, where we can facilitate you talking with kids and parents to understand what's important to them. Does the protocol make sense? Are they able to understand what you're trying to tell them? Is this something that they even want to participate in? And what you could do to make it something that they would want to participate in versus not. So again, you can come to an organization like ICANN and we can help with that. We do not recruit children for clinical trials or anything like that. So this is strictly from the very beginning. When you have your idea about what you want to do, come talk to us, and our experts, our kids can help guide you in what's going to be best for what you do for your study.
Thank you. Anyone else want to say something? Abigail, maybe you can share how do you feel in this process of research? If you feel that your voice is heard by everyone, but you want to add something about that?
At first, like I said, the program started when I was smaller. So at first, I went through the process and they explained everything to me, but I was just like tough-headed and decided that, but do you really need to, like I said, I need to take blood. So I was like, do you really need to take the blood all the time? You need to do this, that, even though I knew why it needed to be done, what was happening. So that I always have to say, go through it with me again, even though we've already surpassed the whole consent thing. They have to go through it with me again. When I grow older now, I'm comfortable with everything, not only because they're talking through it with me, but also because I can see the benefits for myself. I can see the benefits. I can feel it, right? Because different from how when I used to really suffer from the crisis, now I can see my progress. I'm allowed to look at what type of blood test I have to do today. I'm on time with my medication. So I feel like I am not only gaining responsibility, but I understand what's going on. I'm comfortable. I feel like I can help others who might be even going through the same thing as me. They have a decision that they need to make, and it's a tough decision. I can help them to go through with it, talk through it with them. From my understanding, I can give them some understanding. So for me, it's not only that they talk through it with me. I have my own personal experiences where I can see the benefits. I have gained knowledge. Even for my career, now my interest has peaked in medicine. I want to help other people with medicine as well. Yeah, those things.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. So this has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you all for your participation. Kaylee, Abigail, Gigi, thank you so much for sharing your stories and for showing us that anyone is able to contribute with the generation of knowledge and to find more and better drugs and medicines that save lives. So I will leave Gigi now to give a quick wrap up, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah, for moderating the panel. And I just really enjoyed the contributions of Abigail and Kaylee. I mean, I've heard the rest of you talk before, but it's so fresh to have this energy and this youthful perspective on the kinds of things that we're all working so hard on. So I think we all agree that research is important. It's important to do research with children for a lot of reasons. And we've all agreed that information and communication is key, that the process, the consent is a process, it is not an event. And so the information given and the communication that happens throughout the whole process is one way to respect the voice of the youth. But I mean, in particular, how can young people be involved in research? Well, one, you can participate in trials, right? But also you can be part of advisory groups that help design the research to begin with, who help make sure that the process of research addresses your needs and the things that are important to you as young people. And as just regular citizens, you can ask questions about science. You can ask questions about research. You can have conversations about research with your friends so that people aren't so afraid of it. I think that the key piece of information that we as panelists want to offer you today is Lisa's going to share some resources with you that you can avail yourselves of, or you can share with your friends, or can be distributed from the Congress leadership. But these resources describe different tools and different ways children can be involved in research. And finally, I just want to invite any and all of you to contact us. I'm sorry, panelists, I'm volunteering you, but I personally would love to have a conversation with any of you who have questions about involving children in research. So Lisa.
Sorry there, couldn't unmute myself. I just want to thank everyone on this panel, everyone who's attended, in particular, Abigail and Kaylee for sharing your stories. And I think that really hearing from you kind of underscores everything that we've been talking about. We're not a bunch of adults sitting in a room, but this panel would really be diminished without the input, the shaping, the participation, the experiences of both of you. And I just want to conclude by thanking again the organizers, everyone who's been involved in this panel, and really giving us the opportunity to have this 90 minutes to have this critical discussion. I mirror Gigi in saying we welcome at the MRCT Center, reach out to us. I'll pop some information in the chat about some of the resources that are shared on the screen. I think that I think that ICANN's information has been posted in the chat. And with that, I just want again say thank you, and I wish you all well, and I hope that we are connected moving forward. This has been a fantastic experience.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, everyone. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
1, 2. If I'm getting it, I just linked them. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right.
Recording stopped.